Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey everybody, how y'all doing? What is up? I've got a very special guest in chat I have to make a mention of. Brian Sikorsky, what is up, my man? I have that is my high school buddy right there, y'all. Now, ladies, I don't know if he's taken, so don't jump over my friend Brian. Don't jump all over him. But you guys welcome Brian in. What's up, Potato and Shell? And Sin and the real Kells. I got to give Kells a shout out for getting this list together for me tonight so we can go through all these documents and stuff. What's up, Brian? He's single. Uh-oh. You better watch saying that in these parts, Brian. You better watch saying that in these parts. We got lots of women here. My audience is probably 80% women. How is my favorite Cole tonight? Good to see you. Natural Mystic, thank you. I did take a little time for myself. The sentencing was pretty heavy, man. It was pretty heavy, and I just took a day to, read through, skim through some of the documents, watch some of the interviews. Single and ready to mingle? I don't know. I'll have to let you know. Amanda. Stephanie, thank you for coming in. Bubblegum, Queen Bee, Puffin Muffin, and Lizzie Bones. She says, get out this squeegee. Bones, 40 months. I love you too, Bones. Love you long time, girlfriend. OG Shorty became a member tonight. Thank you for joining. So I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of the information. I'm sure you didn't wait for me. I don't expect you to wait for me. But my thoughts are this. If I'm going to read through what these 4 kids went through, I'm going to do it right, and I'm going to be organized. And yes, I was excited. I was excited that everything was released and all of that. But I took a step back, and here I am. And we're going to go through these, and we're going to talk about what we know as we go. And I may even throw in like videos as we go, just to kind of talk through what we've been uncovering for the last 3 years. Brian Sikorsky, are you familiar with the Idaho 4? Brian's in here. I'm just looking for a good one, baby, he says. I'm glad you're here though, Brian. I told Brian, I said, if you see me live, say hi. Shane Culkin, the Culks, is here. Good to see you. Hey, Kim. OG. I'm glad you're here. Hello, Beans. He's not familiar. Okay. Well, you know what? This is good, Brian. I don't know how much time you have, but if you're interested in true crime, which you said you watch cold case shows, right? I want you to take this in because we all have been following this for 3 years. If you know nothing, I want you to listen to what the evidence is that I'm about to present. And I want to know what you think. Because for a lot of us, we thought they were going to have like this freaking smoking gun. It was going to be like this, oh, we should have known, right? Like, oh, that. But we haven't had any of those. Hold on. My chair's on my cord. Joey says spaghetti and garlic bread. I'm really tan because I spent 3 days at the pool this week. And I'm actually so freaking hot and just over it. Kiwi, good to see you. Lucia and Kim Butts. Butts? Kaylee has an aunt with the last name Butts. Regina Phalange, hello. Otto, good to see you. Miss Shunty. So interested in the elephant in the room. No one is discussing truck guy's hand. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm sure we'll find out. I want to know why so much rage with Kaylee and Xana. I have an idea, but I want the truth. All right, Brian, we'll take it easy. Thanks for popping in. If not for the sheath, it seemed like a pretty weak case. Yeah, I won't either ever forget those, the scissoring stools. You're like, why are those stools scissoring right there? Kathy Mabutts. Hey, J. Marie. Hey, Joe. Joe, thanks for letting me know about that interview. It is me, Mike. FBI might have some deep data, but we won't get that stuff. We only get police stuff. True. So, he's not leaving yet, Puffin. So, not sure if it went to trial, he would have been convicted. So why did he plead? That's what perplexes me. Why didn't the dude just take his chances? Hey, Kalina. Good to see you. I'm glad you came in. I just don't think it all nails him. And all the weird stuff that was happening before. He's from Michigan, Missouri, Mima. Dreams, thank you for 13 months. Here for the great true crime convo as usual. Hashtag J for J. Thank you. So back to the FBI though. So I was talking about this today and I was like, if Brett Payne didn't know Brian Kohberger's name till December 19th, how are we going to get anything? Because that was all the FBI. And Mike, why do you not think his dad was there? Dude, criminal med, that's true. He talked to his mom for 2,200 hours while he was incarcerated. What in the world did they talk about? I think he was still would have been convicted off the single source DNA because people love DNA. That's true. That's true, Elle. But they also, juries love motive. They love why. Why did this guy do it? Did he fancy Kaylee and he couldn't have her? I mean, we don't even have that. We don't even have that. Snazzy Trinkets, thank you for your super chat. I think he was protecting his parents when and what they knew. Yeah, 22 hours. We can't get him crafting because Bill Thompson let us know that in Idaho, private phone calls from jail are not public. I want to hear him. I want to hear what he talked to Mama about. I think we deserve to hear that. However, could the Goncalves family, and I don't know if this could happen, but could the Goncalves family sue the Kohberger family like the Petitos did? She does, Potato. That's why I'm saying. Could we possibly have depositions like we did? Because we never would have known what happened to Brian and Gabby. So if they did sue them, we'd get depositions like we did in the Petito case. Olivia, Olivia, what a champion Olivia is. Two years of calls. Right. We pay for those calls. Steve told Banfield there probably won't be a civil case. Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, Anonymous. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. True. We did, Shane. We sure did. But this is like something that it's like not getting answers in Bundy's killings. It's just, there's so much that we don't know. Think he was scared of the death penalty, says Shell. Thank you for your super chat. He's tired of court. Well, he feels that way right now. He may change his mind. That's an interesting question, Caitlin. Yeah. Come to find out, she didn't even see him. She didn't, right? She didn't even see Brian, where she's in the body cam going, I parked next to him. I gotta testify. What was up with that? Petty as fuck. I'm not one for conspiracies at all, but facts matter, and the police reports, etc., make no sense. There's conflicting data between Ellie walking around and police not calling them the right names. Okay, I'm going to have to keep... I love reading what you guys are saying because I want to keep that in mind as I read through these. Right, but the taxpayers keep up the prisons and the jails, right? So... Hey, Jen, when in jail, the people use their commissary money to make calls, so they actually pay for their own call. But we provide the phones, right? Tax dollars and shit like that. But we're not going to get to hear those calls. You can't compare no case to any other case. Every case is independent. While that's true, the amount of information we get at the conclusion of those cases varies. I don't know that they could go after the parents unless they found a conspiracy or they knew everything a sister or knowingly interfered. Well, I mean, Brian's dad did spend a few days in the car confined with his son after he committed a quadruple stabbing. So it's just bullshit that this information wasn't made to come out. I'm just frustrated by it. I'm frustrated by it. Is Poonie in here? I haven't seen any video yet, Elle. And I think people are going to have to FOIA those. But anyways, all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm starting at the beginning. And what I mean by the beginning is I'm going supplemental 1 through 314. And we're going to start with, and it's all over the place once you get into it. But in the very beginning, it's all the initial response reports, interviews, scene security report. A lot about the scene and what they saw. And that's where I'm going to start. So, I know you guys have a lot to say in the chat, but I'm not going to be looking at the chat. Hey, for the record, Your Honor, I'm not going to be looking at the chat because I'm going to be reading these. I really want to absorb what I'm reading. So, I'll be checking back with you guys periodically. So, we're starting out Moscow Police Department narrative from Corbin Smith. And I wish I had pictures of all these guys because I did at one point. Because I wanted to show you. Maybe I can. Corbin Smith, Moscow Police. Because a lot of you that have been around, you remember me looking at all these guys reading the blotters. This is Corbin Smith. This is Corbin Smith. And I think Brian wanted to be someone like Corbin Smith, right? He wanted to be a cop. He wanted to be in the military. He wanted all these things. But this is Corbin Smith that we're talking about right now. Let's go back. Okay, the narrative. This is Corbin Smith. On 11/13/2022 at about 1200 hours, I responded to 1122 King Road in reference to possible homicide victims. Officer Nunes arrived on scene and found a total of 4 deceased individuals. Officer Nunes informed other units he believed this to be a homicide. When I arrived, I entered the residence and went to the second floor. I observed a female wearing a sweatshirt and underwear laying in the middle of the bedroom floor, covered in blood. That would be Xana. I observed deep lacerations, indicative of defensive wounds on the female's hands. The female was surrounded by blood on the floor. I observed a male laying on the bed. The male appeared to have suffered from stab wounds and a laceration to the neck. The male was covered in blood, and the bedding around him was soaked in blood. So if we take Xana laying in the middle of the room, surrounded by blood, was her floor wood? Was it carpeted? I don't remember. Okay, in the third floor bedroom, I observed two females laying in bed, which appeared to have been stabbed to death. The female laying on the left half of the bed as I looked at it from the doorway. So they're standing in the doorway of Maddie's room, looking this way at her bed. She was unrecognizable. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. The second female on the right half of the bed had multiple stab wounds. The comforter was soaked in blood, and a pool of blood was still present. I was assigned to hold security at the rear slider door. So we have that photo, remember, of Officer Corbin Smith standing at the back door with the scissoring stools, right? I want to make this as visual as I can, but I don't have it offhand. But you guys remember him standing there. He was on duty at that back door. I was assigned to hold security at the rear slider door. This was the alleged point of entry of the suspect. I observed very large footprints in the snow. I used a tape measure, and the shoe size measured approximately 13 and a half to 14 inches. So now we have like the backyard, right? Let me see if I can pull up a picture of the backyard, because I've got some thoughts. 1122 King Road, backyard. Let's see here. What was that?
This area is very interesting from a geographic.
Okay, this is Chris McDonough out there. So, hold on. So that's the parking area. Let's look at the house from here. Oh, come on, Chris. Show the backyard. You can't see it from here, but in the backyard, it's a pretty big yard, and it goes back, and there's woods there, right? Let's see what this is. And if there were footprints all over the backyard, not just... Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like, they weren't going towards the parking lot. They were all over the backyard. And then we find out as well that Murphy had been strangely running to those backwoods prior to the murders. In the time leading up to the murders. So is this maybe some drone footage? Fuck. Let's see. King Road. Maybe Tony's drone footage. Here we go. This is a great view right here. Okay. And that's what it was like too, right? There were no leaves on the trees and stuff at that point in time. So if you look to the backyard, Murphy had been running back to that tree line and was not coming back when he was called, which was very odd for Murphy. But there were footprints in the snow in the backyard. And I wonder if it's not this trail right here. Do you guys... can't see it. Hold on. See this trail going back here? It's over by the fence line. That's, I guess, where Murphy was running back. And look at that ledge that he had to literally go up and down in the snow to get back to his car. You would think there would have been like slide marks of him crawling up this embankment here. Look. See that embankment to the parking lot? It's pretty wild. This whole thing just blows my mind, like, overall. Like, wouldn't there have been visible signs of him crawling up this embankment to leave? I wonder if it was an easier way for him to get up there. Aw, thanks, Marvin. Hey, Jeff H. I just think that's pretty wild, right? Okay, let's get back to the docs. Sorry. So he found the shoe size the footprints in the snow that were 13.5 to 14 inches. The footsteps went to and from the rear slider door. To and from where? I observed the trail of footsteps head away from the slider, then turn right around a stump in the backyard and lead towards the front of the house. Hold on. Trail of footsteps head away from the slider, turn right around a stump, and then head towards the front of the house. Okay, so right here. Look. Came out, went around this stump, and then went to the front of the house to do what? Yeah, I know it was Kaylee. I think I said that. I don't know what you mean. I observed a set of small handprints on the window to the east of the slider. That's the one that they were focusing on. Remember, they were all dusting them off? We saw that. No, a 13 to 14 is not a woman's foot. The screen to this window appears damaged and was laying on the ground. I located smudged fingerprints on the glass slider door. There was a discarded black backpack in the backyard. I photographed these items and attached them to the case. I maintained rear security until I was relieved by Officer Warner. The only other person to enter from this point was Captain Lanier at 15:27 hours. And that's Corbin Smith. All right, now number 2. Where the fuck is it? Okay. Narrative, initial response, clearing home, interview with Hunter Johnson. Watch guard event, felony event. Additional responding officers, Sergeant Gunderson, Corporal Snyder, Officer Smith, and Officer Nunes. Evidence none, narrative. On 11/13/2022 at approximately 11:58, I responded to a report of an unconscious person at 1122 King Road. Dispatch advised the female was passed out from intoxication and not waking up. Dispatch advised there was a male seen in the room with the female last night. A short time later, dispatch advised the female was not conscious and not breathing. As I arrived, Officer Nunes advised over the air it appeared to be a homicide. I saw a small group of females outside the home in the parking lot. One female advised their roommate was on the second floor and needed help. I went to Officer Nunes' location at the west bedroom on the second floor and passed a male in the living room, later identified as Hunter Johnson. Officer Nunes advised the female and a male in the bedroom had blood on them and appeared to be beyond help. All right, so I'm noticing already a problem. What's the problem? Why in the world is Hunter Johnson still in the home? Why is he still in the home? Y'all are wild in the chat. Y'all are wild. This case brings out the wild ones. But come on in, wild or not. I don't think it said 13 to 14 inches, did it? Hold on. I got to go back now. Oh, inches. 13 and a half to 14 inches. Okay, my bad. So maybe that was Kaylee or Maddie when they took Murphy out, right? Why was Hunter Johnson still chilling in the living room? Not chilling, but you know what I mean? This is a crime scene. We've already got cops in the house, and they didn't even have... they didn't even have him get out. No, it doesn't, Shell. At least not yet, right? I walked out of the bedroom towards Johnson and saw a clean steak knife on a beer. I pointed out the knife to Nunes. Johnson said he got the steak knife from the kitchen because he arrived and saw the female on the bedroom floor covered in blood and did not know if there was anyone else present in the room. Johnson said he checked the room with the knife for protection. Officer Nunes and I walked to the first floor entrance with Hunter. I asked the females and Hunter if there was anyone else in the apartment, and they did not know. I told Officer Nunes the home was not secure, and we started the process of clearing it. On the third floor in the southeast bedroom, I saw two clothed females laying on a bed on their backs who appeared deceased. One female on the left side of her bed in relation to the bedroom door had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. That is horrific. The other female had multiple lacerations on her upper body and some blood on her face. I walked to the far side of the bed to determine if the female on the right was beyond help. I saw the female's leg was off the edge of the bed and it had lividity. Once I noticed the lividity in the female's leg, I backed out of the room. So after so many hours, right, your blood starts to pool or whatever. He knew they were beyond help. Officer Nunes and I checked the rest of the third floor and saw it was clear. There was a poodle in the west bedroom on the bed, which was later taken to the Humane Society by LCSO. After clearing the home, I briefly interviewed Johnson. Johnson said he was at his apartment, blank, and his girlfriend, Emily, received a call from one of the girls who lived at 1122 King Road. Johnson said Emily was called by one of the residents who said they could not wake the female on the floor. Johnson said he came over to the home at approximately 11:55. Johnson said he saw the female on the floor in the bedroom and did not see the male on the bed, who he identified as Ethan, before grabbing the knife. Johnson said he entered the bedroom and checked the female's pulse and found none. Johnson said he did not check Ethan and left the home. I thanked Johnson for talking with me and told him he could go stand with Emily, who was with the other residents in front of the home. I stood by the front door and started the crime scene log at 12:15 hours. Sergeant Gunderson relieved me for approximately 3 minutes so I could get my gloves during my time at the front door. At approximately 15:02, I was relieved by Officer Rosinsky, who took possession of the crime scene log and returned it to the station. At approximately 15:28, I came back to the scene and relieved Officer Smith, who was standing at the rear glass door, which was found open when officers arrived. I remained at the back door until I was relieved by Officer Nunes at 16:28. And this is Warner. I don't know Eric Warner. Should we see what he looks like? Put a face to the name. This is Officer Eric Warner. Or wait. That's Sieverding. Huh. Where is Warner? He's the traffic safety. Oh, Lord. Poor guy. You sign up for traffic safety, and here you are. Wow. All right, this is number 3. This is Mitch Nunes. I'll show you guys Mitch Nunes. He's always got masks on. This is him right here. He's getting his award right here. This is Mitch Nunes. I don't know why there isn't a better picture, but anyway. These are all young guys. They're young men, you know. Here he is. He does dog therapy. Of course, it's behind a paywall. But anyway, you get the idea. Here he is with his dog right here. Here's Mitch. So we've got additional, our Gunderson, Snyder, and Warner, and this is the narrative. On 11/13/2022 at approximately 11:56, I responded to an unconscious subject at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. Upon my arrival, I found a large gathering of people in the parking lot immediately north of 1122 King Road. 1122 King Road is a white 3-story single-family residence with multiple bedrooms. The 1122 designation is located directly above the front door facing north. I was directed to a bedroom on the second floor by Hunter Johnson in the northwest corner to locate an unresponsive female. Upon entering the room, I observed a female laying supine on the floor next to a bed. According to Dylan Mortensen, this female was likely Kaylee J. Goncalves. Dylan also lived at 1122 King Road. Well, this says second floor. I thought the third floor was Kaylee and Maddie. That's kind of confusing, unless they're talking about Kaylee and Maddie's room, and I don't know. I observed dry blood surrounding Kaylee's body and signs of cutting trauma to her face. Kaylee was covered in so much blood, I wasn't able to immediately discern where any additional injuries would have likely been. Kaylee was apparently deceased due to her pale skin color, rigid body tone, and apparent blood loss. God, that's horrific. On the bed in the same room I observed Kaylee, I observed a male lying supine on the bed. What? They got this wrong. Session. I told Hunter to leave the knife and go back down the stairs to the front entrance. Officer Warner and I moved to visually clear the residence for any suspects or additional victims. On the third floor, Officer Warner and I found 2 additional apparently deceased females, both lying. This is confusing me. I'm confused. He said on the second floor, Kaylee, right? And that the person on the second floor was unrecognizable. That's how Kaylee's been described, not Xana. So is this describing Xana's body? Like, what is that? It was pointed out when the first drop that they confused Xana for Kaylee. Okay, I get that. The names are mixed up. But the name is mixed up. Was that what Xana looked like? What do you mean you can't hear me? I have sound. What's going on with the sound? Let me know. Can I get a 5x5? Okay, I'll keep going. But it says here, I observed dry blood surrounding Kaylee's body. And then it was hard to discern where additional injuries were. So then it goes, drops the blood on the wall near Ethan's head. As I backed out of this room, Officer Warner, okay. On the third floor, Officer Warner and I found 2 additional apparently deceased females, both laying supine in a bed. This bedroom was on the southeast corner of the third floor. According to Dylan, these 2 females were likely Xana and Madison, which is supposed to be Kaylee and Madison. One female showed an apparent traumatic injury to her face due to the basic facial structure being unrecognizable. Okay, so again, he got the name wrong for Xana, but this is how he's describing Xana, or this is how he's describing her. Upon entering the room on the second floor, he's talking about Xana. I observed dry blood surrounding her body and signs of cutting trauma to her face. She was covered in so much blood, I wasn't able to immediately discern where any additional injuries would have likely been. She was apparently deceased due to her pale skin color, rigid body tone, and apparent blood loss. On the bed, I observed Ethan, right? So that's how he described her. I get that he got the names wrong. You guys aren't picking up what I'm laying down then. I know the name is wrong. But if we take out the name Kaylee and we put Xana, that's his description of Xana. Because down here we have the description of Kaylee being unrecognizable. So both females showed very pale skin. Both females were covered in dried blood and apparently deceased. After the residence was deemed safe, Officer Warner and I exited the residence to secure it and the immediate area, to include the parking lot immediately to the north of the residence. Can you guys hear me? You're with me, Amanda? Supine is back. Prone is stomach. Okay, thanks for letting me know that. All right, I gotta turn my camera off for a second. Just give me a second, guys. I'm gonna put this up for a sec. I'm gonna be switching off, on and off as we go. So sometimes I'll be visible, sometimes I'll be invisible. So that. All right, cool. You guys can hear me. All right, I'm going to try not to get ahead of myself, but I want to point these things out while I'm going through them, right? So it sounds like Xana's face was pretty messed up as well, but Kaylee was unrecognizable. I walked outside and began interviewing Dylan. Dylan told me at approximately 4 o'clock, she heard a voice scream and believed it to be Kaylee's. Dylan said she heard Kaylee scream and announce there's somebody inside the residence. Dylan said she could hear Kaylee run from the third floor, down the stairs to the second floor, into the northwest bedroom. What? Dylan said she locked herself in her bedroom and continued to hear a commotion. Dylan said eventually she stopped hearing a struggle and heard a male voice say, "You're going to be fine. I'm going to help you." Dylan said she did not recognize the male's voice. Dylan said after a few minutes, she peeked out of her bedroom and observed a male, described it as approximately 6 feet tall, slim build, with a black ski mask, leave the second floor patio area. The patio door was likely left open as it was found open upon my arrival. Oh, yeah, she had more stab wounds than Kaylee, come to find out. But I think it's because she fought like hell, right? Do you think so, May? You think she had her confused with Kaylee? But she said that she heard Kaylee's voice. You think she just was mistaken? But God, I mean, to say that she screamed. This officer's narrative is not that good, in my opinion. I interviewed an additional roommate, Bethany, I think it's Funke. It's not Funk, but anyways, Bethany Funk, who told me she was at the residence during the commotion. Bethany said she was on the second floor in the living room watching Vampire Diaries with Dylan. And an unidentified person named L. Bethany said at approximately 2 o'clock on 11/13, Madison and Kaylee came home from a night out at the Corner Club bar, located at blank in Moscow, Idaho. Bethany said she also believed Madison and Kaylee went to the Grub Wandering Kitchen truck that was commonly located at the 300 block of South Main. Bethany said she and Madison let Madison's dog out, which is Kaylee's dog. Bethany said that she and Madison let Kaylee's dog out, Murphy, sometime between 2 and 2:30. Bethany said during this time she observed no suspicious activity. Bethany said she returned inside while Madison was still outside with Murphy. Bethany said she went to bed around 2:30. Bethany said Madison came into her bedroom sometime after 2:30 to ask if she knew where Murphy was. Bethany said she told Madison no, and Madison left. Bethany said she woke up in her bedroom, which was located on the first floor, to a sound she described as a firecracker and a flash. Bethany said she initially thought the sound was a prank. Okay, so let's unpack this. Maddie and Kaylee get back from the grub truck, and they let Murphy out sometime between 2 and 2:30. But she went back inside, and Maddie was still outside. And then Maddie comes to her room at 2:30 to say, "Where's Murphy?" That's weird, right? What are you guys making of this? Mrs. O says it's odd to her. Hold on, let me look at your chats. Because I'm confused on this. Hold on. A sound that sounded like firecrackers and a flash. Yeah, Mike, I think that people forget that the K-bar is a kill knife. Like, it's a double duty kill knife. It was designed to kill. Apparently, the roommates were playing lots of pranks on Dylan and Bethany because they were easily scared. Oh, you heard that. Okay. Yeah, I think it should be too, especially if it's a quadruple murder case. I mean, this narrative is it's weird. I think Kaylee said someone is here. It is, but you know what? It comes out later. Listen to this. I'm going to read you something about Murphy that was sent to me. Let me read this to you. Hold on. All right, here we go. Kaylee Goncalves' dog and the weeks leading up to the murders. There's one question that continues to stick with people following the Idaho case. What about the dog? Murphy, Kaylee Goncalves' beloved golden doodle, was found inside the house. He was alive, unharmed, and quiet. And that has puzzled people, right? How could such a violent, frenzied crime take place? More than 80 stab wounds total, and yet the dog showed no signs of alarm. No defensive wounds, no evidence of aggression or resistance. He was discovered calmly in a room after the fact. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Strange behavior in the weeks before the attack in newly unsealed police reports. Two of Kaylee's close friends, referred to as K and E, told investigators about a pattern of strange behavior Murphy exhibited in the weeks before the murders. According to their interviews, Murphy had been running into the woods behind the house and refusing to come back when called. One of the women said this was completely unlike him. It happened on more than one occasion, and it started to scare them. One time in particular stood out. During a Halloween party on October 29th, just 2 weeks before the murders, the same behavior repeated. Murphy bolted towards the tree line. Again, he wouldn't return. And this time, the friend said she heard something. According to the report, she described it as the sound of someone walking through the woods. Footsteps. Human. The incident shook them enough that they went back inside and locked the door. There was even a more unsettling moment. The friend E recalled returning to Kaylee's home to find the back sliding glass door open and Murphy missing. They did find him, but it left them shaken. They had no explanation for how the door was opened or where Murphy had gone. Kaylee was afraid. These weren't isolated events. Kaylee had spoken to others about something she saw, or rather, someone. She told friends she saw a man watching her from the trees behind their house. Specifically, she said he was up above their house to the south. It wasn't a casual sighting. She was uncomfortable enough to tell multiple people about it. All of this happened before November 13th. So was Brian planning for this dog being there? Did he know? Isn't that crazy? And remember, we went through the police blotters in a lot of my videos and saw that there were women whose doors were being someone was trying their doors. Someone was, had been in their houses. I'm going to pull out the old videos that we did because there was a lot of weird things going on in Moscow. Why didn't they call the cops? They were getting called on, for noise complaints and underage drinkers in the house. I don't know. He was getting the dog familiar with him. Bing bong, Stacy Monroe. So Murphy was not alarmed when he saw him. I have a theory that doesn't match a lot of people's theories. A lot of people think that Kaylee was the one Brian was after specifically. I think it could have been Kaylee. How many of you think that? He would have known she was there because they posted on Instagram that she was there. Well, Cheryl, that's the scary thing, is that he was able to delete things to the point where they couldn't find anything. So that makes it really scary. You think it was Kaylee? Yeah, I do too. Especially with her wounds now. All right, let's keep going through this one. Or maybe both. But I do think he knew she was there. I think he may have watched her because her bedding was like folded down, right? Like she had been in the bed and got up and went into Maddie's room. So what if he was watching out back and he saw that? Yes, Otto, right. Why do it the weekend Kaylee came to town? Right. Ed Wallace, that Franny, that scares me too. I don't know. I mean, the what really bothers me is that Maddie's wounds sound like it was a stabbing, like he stabbed her in the midsection, like in the chest or whatever. And we'll get more into that when we get to the autopsy part. But Kaylee's midsection had a lot of blood around it. And I don't even know how to say this without, saying it because it's gruesome. But I mean, this crime is gruesome. There's no way to sugarcoat it. I just feel like something was mutilated in her midsection. Did you guys get that feeling as well or no? Thriller reader, that's what I want to know. Who did she have the bad date with? Was it BK? Bitch, make me a quesadilla. Who was it? Can we find out? Like, did they find out who it was? I agree, Cheryl. Right. Like, he was really raging at Kaylee. That's how I feel. Like, the rage just came out. Yeah, it's in these documents, Gray Pearl. We'll keep reading. All right, let's get through this one. So we have the weird story about the dog, right, at 2:30. And then he says, according to Bethany, the phone log she showed me, Bethany called Xana at 4:21, Ethan at 4:22, Maddie at 4:22, Maddie again at 4:30, and then Kaylee at 4:31. Bethany said she never received an answer on each phone call. Bethany said she went back to sleep and woke up around 11:56 when 911 was called. However, she called her dad in between there. Initially, I was told Kaylee was likely located on the second floor with Ethan. After comparing Dylan's initial statement with other investigations officers' observations, it appeared to actually be Xana that was on the floor of that bedroom, and Kaylee was one of the other females located in the third floor room. I also observed the following vehicles in the gravel parking lot: the silver 2015 Range Rover, registered to JS. Who's JS? Washington license plate. Isn't that Kaylee's? Washington license plate registered to JS. Blue 2010 Honda Civic with Arizona plate registered to JK, which is Jeff Kernodle. White 2014 Chevrolet Cruze with Idaho plate registered to KL. Karen Laramie. Red 2011 Jeep Wrangler, unlimited with Washington plate, registered to Jim Chapin. Black 2017 Ford Explorer with Washington license plate, registered to Jim Chapin. I was originally assigned to identify all the people in the area. However, I was reassigned by Gunderson to begin the search warrant application. I provided the above information. At approximately 1628, I returned to 1122 King to assist with securing the southwest patio entrance. I took responsibility from Officer Warner in documenting who entered and exited. I provided this documentation on a notepad and maintained the log until I was relieved by Officer Morris at approximately 1750. The following information is the rear patio entry log. So we have Lanier, Warner, Nunes, Gunderson, Payne, Officer Smith, ISP Detective Tabbitt, and Prosecutor Ashley Jennings. Jennings was on the scene that day. Jennings showed up at the same time Payne did. And ISP. So that was 17. That would be 5:11. And then at 17:48, which is 5:48, Officer Morris relieved him. Officer Morris relieved. Patio door was locked and sealed at 21:15. So they left this for the night. I hope someone else was there. Who took over from Officer Morris, I wonder. Okay, let's go on to the next one. This is Ryan Snyder. So Ryan Snyder has photos burned to a CD and booked into evidence. Here's his narrative. On 11/13/2022 at about 12 o'clock, I responded to 1122 King for the report of an unresponsive subject. Upon my arrival, I noticed that there were several college-age subjects out front of the address. I was directed to use police caution tape to cordon off the crime scene. As I was working around the residence, I noticed the back door was open, and there were footprints in the snow coming from the back door on the back porch. Can you guys hear that thunder? This portion of the backyard is connected to two other residences, 1118 King Road and 1126 King Road, both directly to the west. The footprints appear to lead west towards King Road between the residences, but I was unable to see where the footprints went after the yards connected due to the amount of rock landscaping. I was also unable to discern how old the prints were. There had not been recent snowfall. With Sergeant Gunderson, I entered the residence to continue taking photos of the scene. I entered through the bottom floor main door on the north side. I took photographs of the rooms. So is the north side, you guys, I'm like directionally deficit. Is north, the front door face north? Does anybody know offhand the directions? Because it's going to mean something, because they tell us like people were facing south and blah, blah, blah. It is really loud, isn't it, Dina? There had not been right. There hasn't been recent snowfall, so they don't know. Front door is north. Thank you, AZ. I'm not good with that stuff, so that stuff confuses me sometimes. All right, so I'm going to need your assistance when we get to those part in the documents that talk about directions specifically. North is the front door. Okay, that helps a lot. So north, south is the backyard. And she saw somebody up in those woods. Potato. Remember? Remember when we were looking at those woods? and through that road, and you could see right through there. We can't go back to the Google Maps, but do you remember that? We were looking from the backyard up to Walenta. Wasn't it Walenta? And you could see straight through there. Front door north, slider door south, Dylan's room east, Xana's room west. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, I entered through the door on the north side. I took photographs of the rooms and living areas. The photos were downloaded to a CD and booked into evidence. The photos were labeled in this report with a brief description of each photo. Do you think we'll get to see any of these photos? Not of the bodies, but of the crime scene? As I was down the road of the address near King and Queen intersection, I was approached by a college-age male who identified himself as Jack. He informed me he lived at blank King Road apartment blank. He stated his blank lived upstairs at 1122 King Road, and they share a dog that was there currently. Look at how the font changed. Is it just me? Why is the font different? It's weird. Jack did not appear to have obvious wounds to his hands, as I would assume the suspect probably would. Officer Nunes was interviewing subjects about the situation. I asked Jack if he would wait inside Officer Nunes' police car so we could talk with him. He agreed to. I informed Sergeant Gunderson of the circumstance involving Jack. Jack later responded to the police department to be interviewed and then picked up the dog from the Moscow Humane Society shelter. I continued to canvass the area and speak with neighbors at blank, blank, and blank, Queen Road, who stated they did not hear or see anything relevant. I spoke with subjects at blank King Road. One resident, DL, stated she was walking home from the corner club at about 3 o'clock and thought she could hear music or some type of noise, but she couldn't give any clarifying information than that due to her level of intoxication that night. These girls got to be careful walking home that drunk. My goodness. I think so too. I feel like we should see the crime scene photos, that just not with bodies. You know? I spoke with the subjects at blank King Road. The majority of them stated they were out drinking at the corner club and got a ride back to their place about 1:30 and went to sleep about 2. They did not hear anything out of the ordinary. Blank King Road resident BP stated at about 4 o'clock he heard a barking dog coming from the east of his residence. He believed it was the dog at 1122 King Road, as he thought that was the only dog in the area. He stated the dog sounded like it was outside and was barking for about 45 minutes until he believes someone must have let it in at 4:45 when it stopped. B stated he had a female with him in bed at the time that also heard the dog barking. Why would Murphy be barking from 4 to 4:45? So while this was going on, Murphy ran outside barking. That's the only thing I can get, is that once that motherfucker went in, he probably came down the stairs barking. And remember, Dylan said that she thought that they were playing with the dog. That's probably why, because the dog was probably ran by her door barking. But the question is, could Bethany hear that from her room? And if Murphy was barking, wouldn't Dylan have heard him barking? How would he be locked out? The door was wide open. Thunder is loud. Do you think he was locked outside? He couldn't have been locked outside because the back slider was open. I think he was outside barking while the murders were going on, and then he came back in. We heard it on that clip. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. But why wouldn't he just stab the dog? Why would Brian Koberger take the time to sneak behind the house and feed the dog treats? Yeah, Lee Michelle, it was. No, I'm thinking he came back in after it was all over. He didn't kill the dog because he's a vegan? What does that have to do with anything? He just murdered 4 people. You think he's going to have some kind of morals when it comes to the animals? Now, that's bizarre to me. That's straight up bizarre to me. I've heard other people say that, and I just can't get down with that. I think that's fucking weird. Because I think he skinned that dog. Yeah, but he had to take time to get that dog, like... What dog did he have? I never heard BK had a dog. What kind of dog does he have? I don't know. I don't know. I think he did it to throw them off. That's why I think he didn't kill the dog. The door wasn't closed though, Chrissy. The back slider door was wide open. Screen thought, I think Steve Goncalves said that was about Kaylee wanting to get back with Jack. All right, let's keep going. Sorry. I didn't mean to get off track, but I want to talk this through like as we go. I spoke with the residents at Blank King Road. PC informed me they had a camera facing the west of the address that they believed captures a portion of the road. They provided me with the SIM card. However, they could not get it to work, and neither could I. They gave me the username and password to the camera. I informed Detective Mowrey of the information, and they gave me permission to access the camera and record the surveillance. So here's what he took pictures of. Key on retaining wall north of 1122 parking lot. A key. Whose key? The front of the address, east side, west side parking lot, the Black Explorer, parking lot, northwest corner, parking lot, west side yard, front of address, front east, vehicle Black Explorer, back seat of blank, front seat of blank, VIN of blank, 1122 red Jeep, and driver's side of blank. The back seat and the front seat, the VIN number, 1122, 12 corner of house, east side yard, front of blank, the white Chevy Cruze, the front and back seat of that, the Range Rover, front and back seat of that, the Honda Civic, the front and back seat of that, and then the west yard towards rear, north side, front door towards west, first floor room. I mean, they got it from every angle. I think we can pretty much sum that up. First floor, second floor living room, the couch facing west towards west bedroom, second floor living room towards stairs to level 3, kitchen knife on beer pong table. The second floor facing west towards west bedroom, second floor west bedroom, female victim. Second floor bathroom, there's 4 photos. Second floor west bedroom, female victim. Blood on the floor. The closet, the female victim again. The male victim. The foot of the bed. The male victim, the female victim. The bedroom table, 2 of those. On the floor in the bedroom, a female UI ID card. Or no, sorry, it wasn't on the floor. It was just in the bedroom. Second floor living room, pong table, blood. Second floor living room, pong table, knife. So there was blood on the pong table. Second floor couch, living room, pong table, blood. Second floor to third floor stairs, floor, rear bedroom, 3 of those. Stairwell to the third floor, kitchen from living room, utility closet, kitchen sink, table, stove, kitchen table, 2, a jar, sliding glass door to kitchen, the patio, the ground outside the kitchen window handprints, kitchen window left handprint and kitchen window right handprint, kitchen window face mark, kitchen window sill and kitchen window screen. So who put their face on the window? Someone fucking around, like one of their friends. Stairwell to the third floor landing. Third floor west bedroom, the bed, the desk, the dresser, and the dog kennel. So there was an actual kennel in her room. The foot of the bed, the landing facing east, the third floor bathroom, the third floor southeast bedroom, door blood cast off, southeast bedroom from doorway, southeast bedroom floor from doorway, southeast bedroom bed, 2 female victims, southeast bedroom above bed, southeast bedroom 2 female victims, and then the closet. Then we have the floor, more of the 2 female victims, north and east wall, so there must have been blood on the north and east walls, 2 female victims, north wall cast off. So the north wall would be where the bed was, like the wall that the bed was pushed against, right? Jay Kells, thanks for the super chat. Did they not test the dog? Apparently not, because they took it right to the pound. The dog being outside is coming from these narratives, right? Oh, I'm sure there was a ton. God, there is just so much racket outside between my neighbor's car and the thunder. So many people in and out of that house, it would be difficult to decipher prints and DNA. Yeah, the southeast bedroom is Maddie's. I think Kaylee confronted him. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Chrissy. I'm wondering that too. Yep, Bundy did it in less time with a log. So if you're questioning if Bryan Kohberger could do this in the amount of time, yes, he could. And there was blood everywhere. It was leaking out of the house. Okay, let's continue. So we have the bedroom desk in Maddie's room and the west wall in Maddie's room. We have a Subaru parked on Queen Road. Took pictures of the interior. We have a Chevrolet parked on Queen Road. They took pictures of that interior. There was another Subaru. They got the roof, or the same one maybe. Pontiac parked on Queen Road. They just got pictures of all the cars on Queen Road and on King Road. So I'm just going to scroll past those because there's, all these people's cars. Okay, so then they found medical mask outside blank King Road, right? 3 of them. And there's 3 pictures of them. So that ends that one. Now we're on to number 5. Let's see what this one brings. This is Dahlinger. Okay, so Dahlinger is the one who spoke at the press conference, the very first to speak. Anthony Dahlinger. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 12:53, I arrived on scene at 1122 King Road and spoke with Gunderson and Lawrence. So he got there about an hour, not even an hour after they called. They gave him a brief overview of the information gathered at that time. Sergeant Lawrence informed me that the Idaho State Police were going to assist in the investigation and were organizing to respond to the scene. So within an hour, ISP was already contacted. Sergeant Lawrence responded to the police department to begin interviews. I remained on scene on the perimeter awaiting further information. Approximately an hour later, a male approached the scene and began speaking with Sergeant Gunderson. The male was identified as JK. JK. Who's JK? Oh, it's Jeff Kernodle. Oh, my God. So Jazzy, remember, Jazzy called her dad and said, Dad, turn around. Something happened to Xana. You need to come back. Green Eyes Sparkle. Thank you for your $9.99 super chat. Thanks for your hard work, Jay. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I overheard Jeff state his daughter lived in 1122 King, and he had been trying to get in touch with her but was unsuccessful. It was also learned that Jeff's daughter, Jazzy, was nearby the scene. I asked Jeff if he and Jazzy could come to the police department to speak with me. Jeff agreed, and I returned to the police department. I contacted Sergeant Lawrence at the police department and asked if he had the names of the victims. Sergeant Lawrence stated he did and gave me the list. I saw one of the victims' names was Xana Kernodle. I then met with Jeff and Jazzy in the interview room off of the police department lobby. Once in the room, I activated the audio and video recording equipment. I asked Jeff and Jazzy for their information, and they both handed me their Arizona driver's licenses. After writing down their information, I asked Jeff what the name of his other daughter was. Jeff told me her name was Xana. I then informed Jeff and Jazzy that Xana was identified as one of the victims and that she was deceased. Both Jeff and Jasmine became very upset and were crying heavily. I asked Jeff and Jasmine when the last time they communicated with Xana was. Jazzy stated she texted with Xana on 11/11 at approximately 1700 hours. Jazzy said the text messages were brief and were not of any substance. Jeff said he texted Xana on 11/11 at around 1540, and she responded stating she was at work. Jeff then told me he last spoke with Xana on the phone on 11/11/2022 at approximately 2140 when they spoke about going to the WSU football game. I asked Jeff where Xana worked, and he said Mad Greek. So there's another rumor that we can dispel right there, that Jeff did not talk to her, and she didn't say they were eating pizza and watching a movie. Remember that? Do you guys remember that coming out? And that Mr. Kernodle had also replaced locks? That was another rumor. That was not true. I asked both Jeff and Jasmine if Xana had mentioned anything about having any issues with anyone or anything strange occurring lately. Both Jeff and Jasmine said Xana had not said anything. I don't know if this is Jeff or Jasmine, said Xana had a boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, says Chapman, who she'd been dating for about 6 months or so. Jeff said everything seemed fine with their relationship. And Jeff had added how he met Ethan's parents in passing this weekend. It should be noted, Jeff was in town visiting as he resides in Avondale, Arizona, and it was Washington State University's parents' weekend. I asked Jeff and Jasmine if there was anyone they wished me to contact for them or if they wished to speak with anyone such as a member of our clergy. Both told me no. I gave them both my business card and informed them detectives would be in contact with them in the near future. Jazzy and Jeff then left the police department. Can you imagine not only being the cop to have to say these things to these families, but to literally have to sit them down, tell them, I'm sorry, your college student is dead. Here's my business card. We'll be in touch. Audio and video recording of interview are attached to the case. So I wonder if those audio and videos, not necessarily of the victims, but of anyone they interviewed, will be available. You know, like we got in the Watts case, we got all those interviews. All right. Supplemental number 6 is Aaron Morris of the Moscow Police Department. Hang on. And additional officers are Gunderson, Snyder, Nunes, Smith, Warner, Rosinsky, Blaker, Payne, and Stirk. On 11/13/2022, at around 1300 hours, which is 1 o'clock, I was advised by Captain Berret to respond to work due to a homicide investigation. I was told to remain available for calls for service. At around 16:30, I relieved Officer Rosinsky on the north side of 1122 King Road. I was stationed for security and helped keep a log of who entered and exited the crime scene. Officer Smith entered at 1700 hours and exited at 1725. ISP Talbot entered at 1700 hours and left at 1740. So the ISP guy was only there for 40 minutes. Corporal Payne entered at 1700 hours and exited at 1723. So Corporal Payne was only in there for 23 minutes and skated? Okay. P.A. Jennings, which is Ashley Jennings, entered at 1703 and exited at 723 or 1723. ISP Jake entered at 1725 and left at 1738. The fuck? They were there for 10 minutes? ISP Gideon entered at 1725 and exited at 1739. Sergeant Blaker entered at 1728 and exited at 1740. Corporal Payne entered again at 1728 and exited at 1738. Officer Stirk relieved me from the north side of the residence, and I went to the south side to relieve Officer Nunes at 1800 hours. I stood at the rear of the residence for scene security. I assisted Blaker in putting evidence tape on the sliding glass door on the south side of the residence. The tape was to ensure no persons tried to access the scene overnight. I returned to the north side of the residence for the remainder of the night. Once ISP and investigators made their final walk through the residence, the scene was secured at 2344. Officer Rosendahl relieved me and I cleared. So I wonder if when these guys were sitting there, if they ever saw Brian Koberger's car go by. You know, and the whole time before he left to go back to PA, did he ever drive by this security? And did they notice it? I wonder. All right, the next one is supplemental number 7 from John Lawrence of the Moscow Police Department. This is the initial response. On 11/13/2022, at about 1200 hours, Captain Berret called me and informed me there had been multiple victims of a homicide located in a residence on King Road and requested all available detectives. I called Detective Vargas. That was that woman. We saw her carrying out the mattresses. She's got short, dark hair. That's Vargas. And was informed she was out of town and would be back in Moscow on Monday morning. I called Detective Mowrey, and he informed me that he would be on his way shortly. I called ISP Lieutenant Mike Mooney and told him I needed assistance from ISP detectives in processing the crime scene. Lieutenant Mooney put me in contact with Sergeant Gilbertson. I briefed Gilbertson on what I knew, and he told me he would start to assemble the team. I responded to the scene where I met with Gunderson. Gunderson informed me that officers were dispatched to an unconscious person at 1122 King Road, and that is when they found 4 deceased college-age students in the residence. I told Sergeant Gunderson I needed someone from his team to return to the PD to start writing an affidavit for a search warrant. Gunderson asked Officer Nunes to handle that task. I then did a very brief walkthrough of the residence. I entered the residence from the entrance on the north side of the building. Officer Warner, who was securing the scene, logged my entrance into the residence. I then went up the stairs and located a deceased female on the floor and male in the bed in the west bedroom of the second floor. I climbed the stairs to the third floor and located 2 deceased females in the southeast bedroom. They were both in bed. I spoke with Officer Smith, who was securing the residence at the south entrance for a moment. Then I exited the residence through the north entrance. Officer Warner noted my departure. I called Sergeant Gilbertson and informed him of the additional information provided to me and what I had seen. I told him MPD would be needing their assistance. I also told Sergeant Gilbertson MPD had an officer writing an affidavit for a search warrant. I returned to the PD where I met with Sergeant Blaker and Corporal Payne. I had called earlier and requested they respond to the PD. At this time, Mowery was at the police department. I requested they interview the other occupants of the residence where the deceased were located. There were also several friends of the deceased that had been with the deceased the night before and may have had information of their whereabouts and who they were with prior to the murders. Those interviews started at about 13:48 hours. Those to be interviewed arrived at the PD about 13:30 hours. So this is the whole group of friends that was sitting outside. And thank you guys for being here. If you could click the like button, it does help out a lot. Captain Lanier arrived and asked me how he could help. I requested he find officers that were not already tasked and complete a canvass of the neighborhood. Captain Lanier took care of the neighborhood canvassing. So is that Lanier that went and put flyers on the doors, or did they actually speak with people? I hope we get to find out. At about 14:23 hours, JK. Oh, this is Kernodle again. Jeff Kernodle, the father of Xana, arrived at the PD. He was informed of Xana's death by Captain Dahlinger. Captain Berret informed me Ethan Chapin's family had been notified of Ethan's death. Captain Berret asked me to take care of the death notifications for Maddy Mogen and Kaylee Goncalves. Captain Berret provided me with information the university had on file for Mogen and Goncalves. There was no emergency contact for either, so I called Kootenai County Dispatch due to Mogen and Goncalves' home addresses being in Kootenai County. I provided M, the KCSO dispatcher, of the addresses listed with the university for Madison Mogen and Kaylee Goncalves. So they did try to get their phone numbers, but there was no emergency contacts. So make sure your kids have you guys down as their emergency contact, because you see how easily that took some time. M told me she had the names Steve and Christy Goncalves listed as residents of the address provided for Kaylee. I requested a death notification for them. I was contacted by Deputy Mitch Jan from KCSO. He asked what he could tell the parents, and I informed him we knew very little at this time. A short time later, Deputy Jan called me and told me when he arrived to give the notification, the parents were already aware. They had already found out. You always skip the emergency contact. Well, put someone down because you never know when they'll need it, you know? I also provided Maddy Mogen's address, and M was not able to locate anyone with the name Mogen at that address. M said she would send a Coeur d'Alene PD officer by the residence to make contact. A short time later, Officer Matt Sykas requests I call him. When I made contact with Officer Sykas, he told me S and K Laramie, parents of Madison Mogen, were driving to Moscow. About 20 minutes after my conversation, the Laramies arrived at the PD. Captain Berret gave the death notification. Captain Berret requested I interview them. I spoke with S and K in the lobby interview room. They told me they had a great relationship with Madison. She got along with everyone. She had a strong relationship with her boyfriend. It's Jake, right? Jake, who lives in Boise, and that she had just gone to Boise to see him the weekend prior. Oh, my God. So Maddie saw Jake the weekend before. Madison and Jay had been dating for about a year and a half, and Jay is from blank. I asked if there were any problems with past boyfriends, and there were none to their knowledge. I asked if Madison had mentioned any stalking behavior from anyone or anyone that made her uncomfortable, and she said she never spoke of anything. The rest of my shift was spent allocating resources where they were needed. So we have Xana not speaking of anything weird or feeling followed. And then we now have Maddie's parents saying, no, she never mentioned anything weird. The only one out of these four that has mentioned something weird is Kaylee. That's the only one that has a story prior to the murders, as far as we know so far. All right, let's move on to number 8. This is John Rosinsky, another Moscow PD. Scene security, K-bar follow-up, and PR interview. On 11/13/22, I received a phone call advising me there was a quadruple homicide at 1122 King. I arrived to the Moscow Police Department, put on my uniform, and relieved Officer Warner at the above address, who was currently holding scene security and maintaining a log of who came in and out of the apartment at the front door, which is on the north side of the apartment. I was on scene for about 2 hours until I was relieved by Officer Morris. The following day, on 11/14/2022, I learned that a sheath was found inside the apartment. The sheath was tan in color and had a Marine Corps eagle, globe, and anchor, EGA symbol on the sheath. The words USMC were located under the EGA, and K-bar was above the EGA. I was tasked to follow up with businesses in town to see if that particular knife was sold there. I followed up with Tri-State Outfitters, Big Five Sporting Goods, Moscow Building Supply, Spence Hardware, and Walmart. Each of the above stores does not sell a K-bar brand knife. While at Walmart, I was speaking with a staff member, S, name listed on name tag, who was showing me the knives on display. She told me about 2 to 3 weeks ago, a white college-age male asked for a black ski mask that would cover his face. S was unable to provide much detail other than he was taller than she was and maybe had a tan complexion. S said she advised the male they did not have any black ski masks, only camo. S said the male then walked away. On 11/14/22, at about 11:45 hours, I spoke with PR at the Memorial Gym substation. R is currently the blank for the fraternity blank. I asked R if he could walk me through what he did on the night of 11/12 and the early morning of 11/13. R said at about 18:30 on the 12th, he was at a party. R said the party was at the Treehouse, which is an off-site campus house for the sorority blank. R did not know the specific address, but said the house is near the Whites' apartments. R said at the party he saw E.A., who was Emily, who was with Emily's boyfriend, unknown name, maybe Hunter. Or wait. Yeah, R said Emily was the only member of blank that he recognized at the party. R said he left around 10 or 11. R said he went back to blank and watched a movie with CD, TR, and KS. R said he went to the Corner Club around 1:49 on 11/13 to pick up JG, JD, and NR. R said they were alone and not with anyone. R said he dropped the three above individuals off at their apartment off King Road. Who are these people? Who's JG, JD, and NR? Jack DeCour? At their apartment, King Road. R said after he dropped them off, he went back home. And that's it on that one. Number 9. Do you guys know who that is? I know, Texas Ranger, me too. Will we get the body cam of his police stops? This one's for Aaron Morris from the Moscow Police Department. On 11/14/2022, at approximately 1100 hours, I responded to 1122 King Road in regards to follow-ups. This is 2 days later. I took note of who came and went from the scene. ISP detectives as well as Blaker, Vargas, and the prosecuting attorneys entered the residence. GC arrived shortly after with her cadaver dogs to attempt and locate a blood trail from the residence. ISP entered the residence at 11:25. Detective Vargas entered at 11:26 and left at 12:26. Sergeant Blaker entered at 11:27 and exited at 11:49. Prosecuting attorney Ashley Jennings and William Thompson entered at 11:30 and left at 11:53. PA Jennings re-entered at 12. Sergeant Blaker re-entered at 12 with Vargas. C arrived with her K9 at 13:16. They all remained in the area until 14:21. Everyone cleared the scene, and the residence was secured again at 14:21. I stood on scene for security until relieved. I cleared the residence at 1600 hours when Officer Rosinsky relieved me. All right, number 10. Are you guys still hanging tough with me? This is Jacob Tesdahl, Moscow Police. Plainclothes detail, victim sighting. Narrative. On November 12th, 2022, at about 2100 hours, so this is the 12th, this is before the murders, at like 9, I think, 10? I don't know. I began an overtime shift for plainclothes detail on the University of Idaho campus and related areas. This patrol was for minors in possession, consumption of alcohol, along with other drug alcohol offenses. During this patrol, I and the other officer with me, Officer Rosendahl, only had our body-worn cameras. We were operating out of the Moscow Police Department Ford Fusion, which I drove throughout the entire detail. This particular department vehicle did not have a dash camera or any other recording device. My street time conducting the plainclothes detail concluded at 3:52 hours on November 13th, 2022. During this detail, Officer Rosendahl and I made several patrols through the area of King Street and Queen Road. During each patrol of the area, we traveled on the north side of 500 Queen Road, heading east. We wrapped around the building, heading to the south of the east side, then west on the south side of the complex. We then traveled north on the west side, turned west onto Queen Road, and proceeded to King Street. During one of the patrols in this area, while approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with taillights on. This vehicle was parked facing south on the south side of the parking lot towards the west end. There was a short section of the parking lot which extended to the west of 500 King Road, south of 1122 King Street, which was where the vehicle was. Each time we patrolled the area, I drove the same route. During the final patrol, which to the best of my recollection was between 2 and 3 On November 13th, as we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex, I saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1122 King Street. During this detail, I was looking for alcoholic beverages, open alcoholic containers, and individuals who appeared to be intoxicated. I observed the individuals as I drove past, but did not see any reason to contact them for our related patrol. I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed by vehicles and brush on the east side of the parking lot for 1122 King Street. The individuals were walking close to a vehicle which was parked in the northeast corner of the lot. As I turned onto Queen Road and traveled west, I continued to view the individuals. From my recollection, there were at least 2 individuals, possibly 3. I recall one of the individuals having blonde hair. I do not recall exactly how many individuals there were, what they were wearing, or any other details, as I quickly looked for beverages in their hands and whether they were staggering. Since we made several patrols through the area, I cannot say 100% confidence I saw the vehicle on the same pass I saw the individuals. Upon review of my radio history, I contacted 3 individuals at blank Taylor Avenue at about 2:55. To my best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street. After seeing the individuals at 1122 King Street, we cleared this contact at 3:32. So I believe that is the body cam we saw of the kids walking across Banfield. Right? At 2:55, remember I think that's it. Y'all will let me know if I'm wrong. All right, let's move on to number 11, moving right along. This is David Hathaway, Moscow Police, voicemail and phone call from S. So this must be Steve. Maybe. Maybe not. All right, so on 11/14/2022, at about 22:42 hours, dispatch advised they were forwarding a call to my cell phone. My phone briefly started to ring, but then it suddenly stopped. For some reason, the call was forwarded to voicemail before I could answer. When the voicemail came through to my phone, I learned it was from JS. The voicemail said, "Hey, how's it going? My name is JS. My phone number is blank. I just wanted to make a statement to you guys because I was close friends with Maddy Mogen. I was with her at the corner club most of the night, and then after we left, we wanted to go to the John's Alley, and we stopped at the grub truck." Oh, this is Jack Showalter, right? "I just wanted to make a statement about unintelligible. I don't know if anything is helpful, but I was just with them like for a little bit. So if I can be of any help, I would like to. Give me a call. Thank you." Shortly after I got the voicemail, S called dispatch again and was successfully transferred to my phone. At about 22:46, I talked to S on the phone. S essentially said the same thing he said in the voicemail. S said he was out with Maddie at the corner club until about 2:30. S said several times he did not know who the other girl was that was with them that night. S described the girls getting into a silver sedan after they got food at the grub truck. I confirmed S' name, date of birth, address, and phone number. I also confirmed with S he drove to his parents' house at blank in Boise. I asked S how long he planned to be at his parents' house, and he said he was skipping the next week of classes and would remain in Boise until after Thanksgiving break. S said he was willing to talk to a detective about his involvement with this case. S said he does not have a roommate at his Queen Road apartment and he lives alone. I recorded our conversation with my dash camera and BWC. The videos were uploaded to WatchGuard's server. I attached the audio file of the voicemail S left me in this case through Spillman. So those are things I'd like to see in here. You know what I mean? It's always nice to hear it instead of just read it. Wait, now we're on number 12. How ironic there's a Taylor Avenue near the King address. Well, you know what's really weird about that, Marco? Is that when Brian Koberger went to DeSales University, the crime scene home for the students is on Taylor Avenue, just south of campus. That's weird. All right, the next one we have is Gunderson. We all know Gunderson. I think Gunderson is on the It's Shane Gunderson. And I believe he's on the Brady list, if I'm not mistaken. Where's Gunderson? This is Gunderson, to the right of the lady in the yellow. Can you see him? They were doing No Shave November during this time of the murders, too. Okay, so Gunderson is between Fry and the lady in the yellow. Remember that other guy on the far left? He looks like Brian's dad. What's his name? God, I can't remember his name now. Anyways. This is Gunderson. On 11/14, I responded to the area of King Road and Queen Road. I photographed and looked in the 3 dumpsters in the area outside blank King Road, 1122, and blank King Road. All 3 dumpsters were located in the street. I saw nothing of evidentiary value in the dumpsters. I photographed them and cleared the area. ISP pulled the trash pursuant to this investigation. So I'm glad they did pursue it. Hang on. I'm going to show you a picture. I'm going to show you a picture of those dumpsters from that morning. I mean, there's trash on the ground, even they were overflowing. So who had the pleasure of going through all of this trash right here? Look. Check it. Do you see that dumpster right there? Look at how overflowed that thing is. Hey, Sean's princess. Good to see ya. See all that garbage? This was 11/13. So Nikki, yes, I do. He is on the Brady list because of Stickergate, which happened in Moscow during the pandemic. Hold on one sec. So there were arrests made from the local Church of Christ or whatever, and the pastor's son was arrested, and his son and like his nephew or something. Well, anyways, he lied on the stand. So I thought that might be a problem when it came to this case. So anyway, I just wanted to show you guys that from that first day. It's pretty eerie. But yeah, all that trash up there. So he looked in it and he said there was nothing in there. How could he know that? You know, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, how would he know? How could you tell if nothing was in there? Shane says it's always the pastor's son. Shane, we need to talk soon. I need a Shane Culkin talk. Okay, this one's going to be Roger Lanier. Now, remember Lanier? We went over, if you've been around, J is for Justice. We went over Roger Lanier and his past. He also was kind of a problem cop, if you want my opinion. He worked in Lewiston, Lewiston, Clarkston area, down the Snake River, where Brian Koberger went down that way. Well, Roger Lanier used to be on the Lewiston Police Department. I don't remember what his position was there, but he actually had an incident where there was a man that he tasered, and the man was holding a toddler, and the toddler suffered like brain injury. So this toddler will never be the same. And shortly after that, Roger Lanier announced his retirement from Lewiston Police Department and went over to work in Moscow. So there you go. That's Roger Lanier's history. You know, the good old boys. Sweep it under the rug and get him over to another department. You know, Payne's not there anymore. Fry's not there anymore. All right, so Roger Lanier. And do you guys remember what he looks like? Let's look. I need to pull all these videos out. So here he is. Oh, he's now retired completely in 2023. There he is. That's his second retirement. Let's give an applause to Roger Lanier for his second retirement. So if you look up Roger Lanier and you actually put Lewiston, Idaho, he was the captain. He was the captain. Look at Lieutenant Roger Lanier retires from LPD as he steps into position as captain for Moscow Police. How's that retirement? Like, how is that retirement? See, that's why these guys can't be trusted. That's why there's so much corruption, right? Look at this. And they didn't say, you know, he tasered this kid and this kid is now, you know, have brain damage. A long time and well-respected leader in the Lewiston Police Department is stepping down. He's retiring after 20 years. They wished him well. And now he's going to the city of Moscow. His first day is June 20th. Look at, he retired on Friday, June 17th, and then started in Moscow on June 20th. And look at, until then, he's on administrative leave. Can we get some tomatoes for Roger Lanier? That's not commendable. That's not commendable at all. And I highly suggest you guys listen to Megyn Kelly because she is freaking pissed at these guys, at all these cops. All right, so this is Lanier. Narrative video at Corner Club. On November 15th at 9:30, myself and Mowery responded to the Corner Club at blank to contact the owner, MT. This was a prearranged meeting to view the video from the evening of November 12th to the early morning hours of November 13th. The purpose was to confirm that Maddie and Kaylee were at the Corner Club and try to identify individuals seen on the grub truck video later in the morning, specifically a male who had appeared to accompany them. So they were looking at Jack Showalter. Yeah, look at them tomatoes. I agree. That's messed up. Upon arrival, T already had the video up on the screen and queued to the proper time frame. Detective Mowery began scrolling through the video, which consisted of multiple views and multiple screens that were all in time sync. We determined that Goncalves and Mogen arrived at the Corner Club at 22:20 hours in a Prius-type vehicle with one other identified female. The vehicle was determined to be an Uber vehicle, and the driver identified. Goncalves and Mogen mingle around the bar, but spend most of their time in the front, along the bar, next to the left end as you face the bar. They make occasional trips to the restroom and speak to several people as they mingle. At 22 hours, so 12:22, Kaylee paid her bar tab using a credit card, which consisted of 9 well vodka and 2 add juice. T provided a copy of the receipt. At approximately 1 o'clock, Kaylee engages with conversation with a subject identified by bar staff as J. J, I don't understand this. S. JS? It's like they say J and then they have quotes around J and then S. Is this Showalter? Yes. Okay. Jack Showalter, Showalter was seen with Goncalves and Mogen in the grub truck video later in the evening. This appeared to be a consensual conversation. It appeared that they knew each other. At approximately 1:14, Mogen joined the conversation and all three remain in the area of the bar near the wall. Nothing stood out during that time, and both appeared to know Showalter. At 1:31, Showalter paid his bar tab with his credit card, consisting of 5 can bottle and 2 kamikaze. After paying, he walked to the back of the bar, went into the restroom, came back out, retrieved his coat, and came back to an area near the exit where Goncalves and Mogen were waiting. Showalter waited in the background while the girls finished conversing with others. Then they all exited the building at 1:37. What do you mean with others? Who are the others? Then they exited at 1:37. The parking lot camera shows them walking away together across, then out of the parking lot in a westerly direction. They were all dressed in the same in the grub truck video, with Showalter wearing a white or very light colored hoodie with a brown coat over it. While reviewing the video, we also recognized Jack Decour, who was reported to be Goncalves' ex-boyfriend. We did not track his movements in the video, but he appeared to spend most of his time at the opposite end of the business, seated with several other males. At one point, there appeared to be a brief interaction with Goncalves that looked cordial and in passing. Decour left at 1:51 with 2 other males. So Kaylee was not hanging out with Jack that night. Mason? What are you talking about? Also noticed in the video was a subject seen in the grub truck video. I recognized him because of his unique sweater and long hair and beard. He was identified as HV by bar staff. HV. He checked out at midnight using a credit card in the name of SV, showing 2 micro tub. I didn't notice any interaction between V and Goncalves or Mogen. A third subject who was seen in the grub truck video was also observed in the corner club, but we were not able to identify him. He is a stocky build white male with brown hair and facial hair wearing a brownish sweater. I did not observe any interaction between him or Goncalves or Mogen. Because the video file was extremely large, Detective Mowery was unable to copy it to an external storage device. We left the business, and Detective Mowery is working on obtaining a usable copy of the video for closer review. They couldn't even get it to download. I have attached the bar receipts provided by T. End of report. Lanier and Mowrey. The file's too big. We don't have a big enough thumb drive. Okay. Was that number 14? I'm trying to remember. I've lost track now. No. I think that was 13 because that was Lanier. Yes. Okay, so we're on 14. This is going to be Vargas. So if you recall, let's take a look. 1122 King Road, Moscow. They were carrying out the mattresses and such. I don't know if you guys recall that. Oh, here's Corbin Smith standing at the... See that? Dude, that had to be scary. Not knowing who did this, and you're like standing there guarding this house all night. And that was before they put the stools in the door, because the back door lock was broken. And why didn't they collect all that garbage? I always wondered that. Here's another one of him standing guard. But Vargas, wonder who that guy is. See, now in this one, they have it shut and they don't have the stools in front of the door. So I don't know, what date this was taken, but look at night. Sorry, I'm getting a little carried away now on these, but here's the forensics. And I always wonder why they spent so much time in the living room. Okay, let's find... This is Vargas right here. This is her. She actually was in there helping them bag this stuff up and carrying it out. This is Dahlinger right here, carrying the box. But yeah, she was helping load up those mattresses. And then look at here. This is where they're looking at the fingerprints and the face print and all of that on the window. Hi, Scott H. Cryptic T, I agree. I agree with that. I think maybe he was. And then here we have them looking at the window in the front there, which is like that empty bedroom, right? Honey Badger, that was a rumor. Xana's dad last spoke to her on November 11th. And he had nothing to do with any door locks. This right here is and that Shane Gunderson. Here's another one of the front door. I mean, that is just sick, knowing that that's from Ethan. My God. That is just gruesome. Let's see what else we've got. All right, there's the mattresses in the back, along with their belongings. Do you guys remember these? When they loaded these up in pickup trucks, which seemed a little odd, didn't it? I mean, I don't know. I've never seen a crime of this magnitude, like in, happening as it, like the investigation as it happened. So I don't know if that's normal, but it just seemed weird to me. Let's see what else. Oh gosh, remember that one? That was the first virtual we had. Now we've got Asget. Asget's reenactments are the bomb. Asget Industries. So yeah, this is their mattresses. And you can see the blood stains underneath the white covering there. It's pretty disturbing. Here it is circled. So the back door was broken, but in most statements it said they were good about locking doors. Yeah, so I don't know at what point that back lock was broken, right? I don't know. I'm confused on that as well, Honey Badger. I'm confused on that as well. Here's Vargas again, right here with this guy. And they've got all this evidence. Some of it's wrapped in, bags. Just highly disturbing. I can't even imagine what they saw, Yeah. So this is Danny Vargas, and this is interviews with neighbors. On November 14, 2022, I went to 1122 King with Sergeant Blaker to observe the scene. I walked through the house and around the outside of the residence, along with other investigators, looking for possible evidence. ISP investigators were on scene, walking through for a second time, looking for additional evidence. So this is 2 days later. I walked around the south side of 1122 King Road, up the hill and along the fence line for blank Walenta. The backyard for blank Walenta backs up to the backyard area of 1122 King Road. And that's what I said earlier. You could literally stand in their backyard and look straight through and see Walenta. I spoke with SG at blank Walenta and asked for his permission to look through his backyard area, which he said I could. G told me he was a person who previously called dispatch to provide information about what he observed. I told G, after looking over the area and through the residence on King, I would come back and get a statement from him. I did not locate anything of interest in the backyard of blank Walenta or on the hillside behind 1122 King Road. I walked into 1122 King and looked through the house with other investigators. The following 4 evidence items were collected by ISP 3431 J. Talbot inside 1122 King on November 14th and turned over to me on scene. ISP took photos of the items and the places they were collected from. I booked the following items into MPD evidence. A copy of the property receipt relating to these items is attached to the case file. Exhibit 57, a rolled $2 bill located on the desk in F2, bedroom 1 northwest. Is that Xana's room? F2, bedroom 1. I don't know what that means. Floor 2, bedroom 1. Okay, so that's Xana's room. Exhibit 58, blue powder, suspected drugs, located on the desk in F2, bedroom 1 northwest. Exhibit 59, blood sample, west wall, F2, living room. Living room. There was blood on the wall in the living room. Let me make a note here. Hold on. I've got a thing to make notes of what's what. This is number 14, correct? So we have blood in the living room. West wall. Which wall would the west wall be? The wall facing those brick apartments. So is that where the sign is? Where the good vibe sign is? Or is that where that like peach and pink? Yes, I said blue powder, suspected drugs, and a rolled $2 bill. It's going to come out that Xana and Ethan did coke. They didn't sell it. They didn't have large amounts of it, but they did coke. The west wall in the living room, blood. So do we think that maybe Koberger, when Xana went upstairs, that he somehow did attack her before she got to her room? Like maybe in the stairwell. Mason, I never said I cared. I was stating the facts. Okay? If you don't want to know all the facts, I don't know why you're listening, because all of this is just I have never done coke, but hey, I'm not judging them. They were partying. They were college kids. So it's whatever. Y'all are making it a judgment thing. This is just stating what they found. I don't know what blue is. I don't know. Adderall, y'all are saying, I don't know. I'm saying that there's an interview with a friend that says they did cocaine. I ain't judging. I'm just saying. But do you think that she was attacked on the stairs and that's how blood got on the living room wall? Because that's pretty wild that there's blood there. Blood sample, floor 3, bedroom 2, northwest wall. So that would be Maddie's room, northwest wall of Maddie's. Right. I was just making it clear that, there was talk of drugs in the house and there was some sort of drug involved, but not that it meant anything to this. It wasn't what they said, right? That there was drugs and, they're flushing all their stash down and this was a hit for drug cartel, blah, blah, blah. But I have a question. Brian Kohberger sat down at Xana's desk. The blue powder and the rolled $2 bill were on the desk. How do we know that Brian Kohberger didn't snort Adderall off the desk when he sat down for about 30 seconds? How do we know that belongs to Xana or Ethan? I'm just saying. Brian Kohberger is a known druggie. So could it have been him? I mean, why did he sit in that chair? Why did he sit in Xana's furry white chair? Right? Hold on. I got something stuck in my throat. Hold on. I am so sorry. Jesus. I don't know. It was just a thought. I'm sorry about that. Gosh. You're saying there would be DNA on the dollar bill? Not if he was wearing gloves. How long does it take to snort something? They said he sat down in Xana's chair for 30 seconds. And there wouldn't be DNA. Anyway, yeah, I'm fine. There wouldn't be DNA on anything because he was wearing gloves. Yeah, you ever swallowed down the wrong tube? You guys are forgetting he wore gloves. So, right. Was Xana's fingerprints on it? I don't know. Nostrils. Yeah, Marco. Yeah, maybe from the nostril. I guess. Yeah. I mean, I spoke with the following people that live at Blank Walenta. My conversations with the SG, MM, and TM were recorded. See, I'd like to hear those too. So here's SG. This is SG's statement. SG on Walenta told me the following. He woke up a couple times Saturday night. He looked at the clock. It was 4:17. Now, this is going to be interesting because let's read a little more. And said after about 5 minutes of waking up, he heard a dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. G said he was going in and out of sleep, and after an hour, around 5 o'clock, he still heard the dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King. So at 4:17, like 4:22, He said Murphy start barking outside. Murphy still barking at 5. He's lived in this residence since January and has not heard the dog barking outside before in the middle of the night. So I'm assuming Murphy freaking ran out of there and went in the backyard and started barking. Right? Huh. And then the door was wide open, so Murphy just went back in and went in Kaylee's room. I next spoke with M. M told me on the 13th he woke up around 2:30 and left the house around 3. M said he had an blank extended training day, and it lasted about 12 hours. M said he finished his extended training around 1,800 hours at Buffalo Wild Wings and arrived home at 18:30. M said he was with approximately 20 blank members, and he did not notice anyone who should have been there was not there. M did not remember hearing anything when he woke up or left around 2:30 to 3, and M did not hear the dog barking. I spoke with TM. T told me he did not hear a dog barking at any point. T said he had been out at the bars the evening of the 12th and got home at 2:30. T sleeps with earplugs. T said his sister MM mentioned she saw Maddy Mogen at some point at the corner club. T provided me his sister's number. So that was Vargas. 15, Aaron Morris. And Officer Rosinsky. They had contact with the Women's Center AA interview, LM contact, CC contact, follow up with Greek Life, and DOS tip. On 11/15/2022, 3 days later, LS and CF came to Moscow PD to speak with Officer Rosinsky and I regarding an incident possibly related to the homicide that occurred at 11/13/2022. Or on 11/13. They stated on 10/21/22. Now, help me out here. 10/21/22. An unidentified white male came to the Women's Center and asked to speak to someone. F spoke to the male. She stated he asked for snacks and appeared to be under the influence. She stated the interaction only lasted about 5 minutes. F said the male said he had a female friend who was in an abusive relationship. The male stated he was afraid the female would be hurt by her boyfriend and was also afraid he would hurt the boyfriend due to the abusive behavior. F did not gather any names and had never seen the male before. I asked both F and S if they had any contacts with any of the victims. They said they did not, and they did not have any of their contacts documented. Why would this Women's Center, connect this to them? That's weird. On 11/15, it was probably a homeless person. They asked for snacks. On 11/15/2022, at approximately 11:50, AA came into the substation to speak with me. I was told by Corporal Payne, A went to Gritman on 11/13 to seek medical care for cuts on his hand. I asked A what happened to his hand. He stated on 11/22 at around 20 hours, he cut his hand attempting to cut chicken for a sandwich. A stated he was intoxicated when he was trying to cut the meat and his pocket knife slipped and cut his hand. I asked when he went to the hospital. He read his wristband from the hospital and he said he went in on 11/13 at 1400 hours. Oh, wow. Right before. Schnacks. Yeah, because he's 13 and schnacks. Shane Culkin, thank you for gifting a membership. And who got it? Nikki. Welcome, Nikki. Thank you so much, Shane. A told me he lived at the blank house. The laceration was on his right hand. He sent me a photograph of the injury and I attached it to the case. I asked A if he knew any of the victims. He stated he had seen Ethan 2 times at parties, but did not know any of the females. He said the blank sister house was blank. He said it was a national standard, but he had friends from multiple sororities. A ran me through his weekend from Saturday morning. He stated he slept in Saturday morning, 11:12, and woke up around 9:30. A said he went to the treehouse, which was a blank outhouse located at blank Taylor Ave. He spent the whole day there watching the game. He said he left the treehouse at around 19:30 and went back to the blank Elm Street. He was drinking all night and finally went to bed on 11:13 at around 4 a.m. A said he was with his friends LM and CK all night. A provided me M phone number. Officer Rosinsky talked to M later at the house. M said he and A were walking downstairs at the blank house when A missed a step and fell into the window. M said at the time neither he or A saw any blood. M said A was cutting chicken and he saw the injury. According to M, A was extremely intoxicated and thought he cut his hand while cutting the chicken, but M believed he cut it on the glass. Oh my God, they were fucked up. A said he was willing to sign a consent form for medical records if we needed them. A said he could not remember if he cut his hand on the window or with the knife. A said his friends told him to go to the hospital to make sure there was not glass in his hand. I went with A to the blank house. He showed me the window they found broken. I photographed the window and attached it to the case. On 11/16, I responded to blank at blank Main Street. A person of interest, JS, lived at blank. So we have a person of interest, JS. L confirmed S lived at the unit alone. They said they did offer free internet service to tenants through CC. L said they could not see who used their service. I asked L if any of their tenants tried to get out of their leases recently. They said no. They said S started his lease on 7/18/2022. The employee remembered S because his father was adamant on getting him the apartment. Are they talking about Showalter again? Yeah, I don't know who A is. I don't know. AA. I don't know. What's Adam's name? So AA went into the police station to talk to them. I responded to CC to see if S utilized the internet service they provided. The employee gave me a paper with all tenants from blank Queen Road that used it. S did not use the service. Oh, Adam Lotta, that is AL. Alan A, maybe that's it, Stacy. No, that chef guy was Inan, I-N-A-N. On 11/16, I was asked to follow up on individuals connected to victims or persons of interest. The names provided were MB, DB, NF, and JF, and CB. These people were all connected or people of interest. I called the Dean of Students' office for phone numbers for B, and F. I called B first, who stated he was at his home in Boise. B and F stated they lived together in Meridian. I passed the information to Captain Berret. I also TLO'd F and B and got a number for F and called him. He provided his home address in Boise and said he was willing to meet with detectives. I forwarded that information as well as a TLO of B to Corporal Payne and Berret. On 11/16, DS and JH from the DOS office came to the ISUB. What's the DOS office? S stated he had information regarding the homicide. S first stated the DOS office had a debrief to check on everyone. S said Jack DeCour name was brought up. He said it got him thinking because DeCour, I think it's DeCour, I don't know for sure, had a recent care report put in on him. What? On 11/3/2022, D emailed the DOS saying, quote, had a few different circumstances in my life that have substantially decreased my mental health, end quote. Oh, the dean of students. Do we think they're talking about Jack DeCour in this? This is weird. I'm waiting for chat to catch up with me. I want to know what y'all think. Yeah, there's a lot of confusing characters for such a little place. So are we thinking that Jack DeCour had a recent care report put in on him on 11/3? DeCour emailed the dean of students saying had a few different circumstances in my life that have substantially decreased my mental health. On 11/4/2022, S called D. S said D seemed distant, distracted, and sad. S also brought up the grub truck video. He said he was guessing, but he believed it was D following the victims and hovering around them. S also said after finding out what happened, D was more concerned with his dog. This is Jack DeCour. This is Jack DeCour. So is that when Kaylee broke up with him? Was he struggling and then write a breakup? She must have hurt him bad, huh? He was feeling a certain type of way. And then he stayed away from her at the bar. I thanked S for the information. I asked H if he was able to provide the care reports for D. They referenced. H said they did not seem hugely concerning, but would attempt to gather them. And then it seemed like she was calling, like she wanted him back. This is John Lawrence of the Moscow Police. Supplemental report. Phone tips. Phone tips. On 11/15/2022, when I arrived at work, I had several voicemails on my desk phone. Hold on. I began reviewing the voicemails. Most of the voicemails were tips on the current homicide investigation. Many of the tips were about the live feed from the grub truck. Throughout the day, I fielded several calls from people with possible information they believed may be of importance to the investigation. I received a call from AM. A told me she was at the corner club with two of the victims, Maddie and Kaylee, the night prior to the murder. She told me there was a college-age male known by Madison. A told me the male was wearing a black and white flannel shirt with a black shirt underneath that had writing in white letters that said antisocial. A told me the college-age male, who has been identified as CB, was acting creepy. She said he was not engaging people in conversation. He was just staring at the girls in the group she was with. They probably got stared at a lot. A told me B had been staring at Oh. A told me B had been grabbing girls by the butt and being handsy. Now that's not okay. A said she confronted B and told her, A said she confronted B and told him to stop touching girls inappropriately or she would have him kicked out of the bar. At one point, Madison introduced her, A, to B and told her she knew him. A said she let her guard down a little when it came to B and was later told by Madison that she only knew B through class in a group project in which they had worked on together. A said a short time later, B was kicked out of the bar. So B is whoever was being creepy in the bar, he was booted. CB. First name C, last name B. CB. A short time later, I took a call from DJ. Blank J told me he works at the blank. J said he has a regular customer by the name of GP who comes in almost every day. Jack said P likes to make everyone feel insecure because of the way he acts and the dark things he says. Names, number, blank, and Spillman, and it shows an address on Conestoga. P has numerous involvements with MPD over the last 2 decades, some of which relate to possible mental health issues. So you got people calling in. Anybody that they thought was strange, oh, he might have done it. So now we're on supplemental 17 out of 300 and I don't even know. Justin Dean. Phone interview of RH. Cole Barenberg. Barbara, how do you know that? Thriller reader. You know what? It's interesting that you just said that. Let's talk about that for a second. They said, I don't think Jack was involved, but he may have stood outside the house. And when Murphy was let out, he ran to Jack. I think that you may be onto something. However, I think Brian Koberger wanted Jack blamed. So I think that he wanted them to piece together what you just said. Like, I think what you just said is what Koberger wanted the cops to like go, oh, well, in the weeks before the murders, the dog was disappearing in the woods. Who lives on the other side of those woods? Jack DeCour. Wow. That's wild. All right, so we've got Justin Dean, interview of RH, whoever that is. On November 15th at approximately 12:48, I spoke with the blank president, RH. So this is like, I don't know, sorority. I asked if she knew the people that lived at the house. H said yes. She said they were a close group of friends who primarily hung out with themselves. I asked H if she ever went to parties at the house. H said she did a couple times. But the parties were small. She said the roommates were a pretty tight group who didn't throw big parties. I asked if she knew about any drug use or sales from the house. H said she thought Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin may have used cocaine, but nothing big and no one sold drugs. I asked her if she knew whether there were larger quantities of drugs kept at the residence. H said no. H then told me she was at the Corner Club on November 13th between midnight and 2 o'clock. She said Maddie and Kaylee were also at the Corner Club during that time. H said she heard a male was kicked out of the bar because he was acting creeping towards Mogen. I asked H if she had any other details about the male or incident. H said no. I told H to get a hold of me if she had any more information she believed would be helpful. So now we know that the guy that was kicked out was not Brian Koberger, right? No, I mean, Thriller, you fell into what the investigators would have thought. Like, I didn't even think of that. I didn't even put that together. Like, oh my God, Jack lives on the other side of those woods. They may look at Jack even harder, just because the dog was disappearing. Maybe they thought Jack was fucking with her. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's wild, Thriller. All right, let's keep going. This is, again, Roger Lanier, our favorite cop. Neighborhood canvas. On November 14th, so 1 day later, at approximately 10 o'clock, I responded back to 1122 to conduct a neighborhood canvas in the daylight. Chief Fry was with me. So we have Lanier and Fry going door to door. I would have put the young dudes on that shit. That's just me, though. I ain't no cop. But I would have put the young dudes, get it out, door to door, boom, 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 right? You got these two old men going door to door. How long you think that fucking took them? Angels? Oh, absolutely he knew about Jack. He knew everything from social media, right? Mm-hmm. He knew everything from social media. So yeah, he knew she had a boyfriend. He knew she had a dog. We started from the rear of the residence and covered the small hill area just behind 1122 King. Right behind the residence, there was a small black bag that had obviously been out in the weather for some time. There was nothing in it. We searched up to the parking lot of blank Queen Road, then worked southwest along hillside below the parking lot. We searched the fenced backyard of blank Walenta and continued west above blank King Road. From there, I was joined by Gunderson, and we went through the south side of blank King Road, around the back, and then back west between blank King Road and blank King Road. I worked over to Queen Road, going north, then between blank Queen Road and blank King Road. Out to Taylor Ave. We crossed the open playfield from Taylor Avenue north to Nez Pierce Drive at the crosswalk near blank. We walked the pathway north to the World War I Memorial Grove and stopped at that point. I returned to the intersection of Taylor Ave and King Road, where I met with Chief Fry again. From that point, we proceeded east along the south side of Taylor Ave, looking in the shrubbery and around the cars parked along the curb. At the entrance to the parking lot of blank Taylor Ave, I located a black vest laying on the grass next to the fire hydrant. The vest appeared to be weathered with leaves and debris on it. It appeared to have been there for several days. I checked the pockets and examined the vest, but did not find anything of note. As we continued to walk east along the south side of Taylor Ave, I noticed a large amount of trash and various items on the grass and in the bushes, including various glass and plastic bottles, pipes of various types, some articles of clothing such as t-shirt and underwear, men's and women's, and various papers and litter. All appeared to have been in the area for several days or weeks, and I did not determine any evidentiary value for any of the items I saw. From there, I went south down Linda Lane and walked west between Taylor Avenue. Hi, Summer. Between Taylor Avenue and blank Linda Lane, then north of the easternmost building of blank Queen Road, then up to the parking lot of the north side of Queen Road and back to blank Queen Road. End of report. Number 19. John Rosinsky, Moscow PD. Interview with KN. On 11/16, I spoke with KN at the substation of the University of Idaho campus. I asked Kay if she had any special friend relationships with any of the victims. And Kay said she was really good friends with Xana Kernodle and met Xana freshman year. Kay also said she was close friends with Kaylee and met her freshman year during recruitment. Kay said she knew Kaylee the best. I asked Kay if Kaylee hung out or associated with anyone with violent tendencies. Kay said no and expressed she was confused about the incident because what she saw on the news. Kay said Kaylee mainly stuck together with her roommates, Xana, Bethany, Madison, and Dylan. Kay said that Kaylee also hung out with the King girls, who were JT, NF, BD, and AV. I asked Kay if Kaylee was involved in using illegal substances, and Kay said, just coke, probably. I asked Kay if she saw Kaylee doing cocaine, and Kay said no, but she knew Xana was pretty into it. Detective Dean asked if Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was into cocaine, and Kay said she did not know. Kay said she didn't know Ethan that well. Detective Dean asked if drugs were being sold from the house or if the drugs were more used for parties. Kay said they were used but not sold. Detective Dean asked if there were large quantities of drugs at the house or if the house was known as a drug house, and Kay said no. Hold on one second. All right, sorry about that. I asked Kay if Kaylee ever mentioned about having a stalker or having concerns about anyone, and Kay said no. Kay said Kaylee never mentioned anything to the girls. Kay asked if we saw the Twitch stream, which is the grub truck. I asked Kay what she saw in the stream, and she mentioned there were two guys. I asked Kay if she recognized the two guys, and Kay said she did not. Kay said her friend PC and G were at the grub truck and saw Kaylee and Maddie. Kay said P mentioned that the two males were being weird. I asked Kay if she saw anyone or recognized anyone from the stream, and Kay said no. I asked Kay if she was familiar with the frat members of blank, and she said yes. I asked Kay if there was anything mentioned why the males were labeled as weird. Kay said she thought one of the males nudged the other male like, oh, those are your girls, go and get them. Kay said that P would be worth talking to because she was there during that time. I asked Kay if P spoke with Kaylee, and Kay said she might have said hi, but wasn't sure. Kay also mentioned that ZM hung out with Kaylee and Madison all night at the corner club. I asked Kay if any of the victims had any issues with anyone, and Kay said that Kaylee was unproblematic and peaceful. Kay said she can't imagine someone with violent tendencies around her. Kay said she felt the same way about Madison. Kay said, if anything, maybe Ethan and Xana. I asked if Ethan and Xana associated with violent people. Kay said this because Kay said that Xana and Ethan were more outgoing and hung out with different friend groups. Detective Dean asked if Kaylee or Madison recently had a boyfriend or ex-girlfriend. Kay said Kaylee dated a guy named Jack DeCour, for a couple years, and Kaylee and Jack were high school sweethearts. Kay said Jack was a really nice person. Kay said she spoke to Kaylee a couple days before the incident, and Kaylee said once she graduated, she was looking for an apartment in Texas. Kay said Kaylee met a guy from Texas that is already living in Texas, and they were going to be roommates. I asked Kay if Kaylee and Jack were still together when Kaylee mentioned that to her, and Kay said no, they were already broken up. So she met a guy from Texas and they were going to be roommates? Poonie, yes, it was Chad Dad coming in here, bugging me. Tater tot? No. So this is number, hold on, I want to make a note here. September 19. I wonder if they ever talked to that guy from Texas. Well, I don't know, Explore Corps. I'm kind of confused too, because like, why was she calling Jack over and over that night? Unless it was just like, you know, she was buzzed, and it was said in here that he thought maybe it was a booty call, so he didn't answer it. Mm-mm. Bring it back. Okay. Let's keep going here. Kay said that Jay mentioned that Kaylee attempted to call Jay around 3 in the morning asking if he was up. Okay, so these are the calls. Remember, Kaylee called. And then Maddie's phone called, right? Okay, this is going to explain what. No, I don't know if it was it looking for Murphy? I don't know. Maybe Kels. Kay said that Jack mentioned that Kaylee attempted to call Jack around 3 o'clock asking if he was up. Kay said she didn't think that Jack replied to Kaylee because he thought it was some type of booty call. Detective Dean asked how they knew that Kaylee attempted to reach out to Jack, and Kay said because Jack told them. Kay said she thought they found out after people were asking Jack if he knew anything about what happened. There you go. He didn't answer. Can you imagine how he feels if he would have only, you know, done that booty call or whatever? That's so wild. Like, that's so sad. He saw her calling and didn't answer. So it's not that he was asleep. I mean, according to this friend that spoke with him. Detective Dean. Hold on. Detective Dean asked if Madison had a boyfriend, and Kay said yes. And they call him S. She thought after his first name was Jake. She thought his first name was Jake. So they never called him Jake. They called him whatever his nickname is. Kay said they are still together. Kay said she does not think they had problems, and S was a good guy. Detective Dean asked what he looked like, and Kay said S was short, maybe 5'7", and balding. Kay said he had brown hair and was skinny. Kay thought he lived in Coeur d'Alene. Kay said Bethany was Madison's little. Kay said Kaylee and Madison were the closest out of all the roommates. Detective Dean asked if D had a boyfriend, Dylan. Kay said yes. Kay said his name is Quinn and lived in Boise. Kay said that Quinn was nice and hardworking. Kay said Quinn had epilepsy and was not a violent person. Kay said she was not aware of any issues between roommates. I asked if Kaylee hung out with any other males. Kay said Kaylee was talking to a guy named MB, who was a member of blank. Kay said they had a sexual relationship and would hook up here and there. Kay described M as being over 6 feet, brunette, and medium build. Kay said he was serving as vice president to blank. I asked Kay if there was anyone else Kaylee spent time with, and Kay said no, unless Kaylee met someone at the bar that night. Kay did not know if Kaylee met anyone in particular, but heard a male got kicked out for being creepy towards Madison. Kay said J or Z could have more info because they were also at the bar. Kay said the last time she spoke with Kaylee was about 1,700 hours on 11/13. Blank said Kaylee showed up with all of Kaylee's roommates at her apartment, The Whites, sometime between 1430 and 1500 hours. Kay said they left sometime between 17 and 1800 hours. I told Kay I was aware of a social media post of all the roommates pictured together, and Kay said that was at her apartment. I asked Kay if she's ever been over to Kaylee's house before. I asked if people usually use the Wi-Fi, and Kay was unsure. Kay said they usually leave their doors unlocked and everybody knows it's a blank out of house. I asked why Kaylee lived in a house with a different sorority, and Kay said that Kaylee and Madison have been best friends for several years, spoke about living with each other. Kay said that Kaylee was still close with her freshman-sophomore friend group. I asked Kay if she was aware of any cameras in the area, and Kay said no. Detective Dean asked Kay if she saw anyone in the area that seemed out of place, and Kay said she thought while she was at her apartment, and does not remember who, but said somebody mentioned a random kid carrying a BB gun, but nobody thought anything of it. Kay said she has reached out to B on 11/13 after the incident, but she didn't reply. That's Bethany. Kay said maybe EA, Emily, has reached out, but unsure. I asked if anyone has reached out to Dylan or Bethany, and Kay said maybe Emily. And that's the end of that one. Hello, Mike S. Oh, right. I mean, here we hear Quinn's hardworking and a good kid. Like, these people on YouTube can be really stupid. Aaron Morris. Interview JN. On 11/17 at 14:30, I responded to U of I Kibby Dome to interview JN. Captain Berret stated N possibly had information regarding the homicide. N took Detective Dean and myself to a conference room. N stated on Sunday 11/13 between 9 and 10, this is Sunday now, he was walking his dog. He stated when he walked by the first time, he noticed the front door to 1122 King Road on the north side of the building facing campus was wide open. He stated he knew it was a party house, so assumed someone was too intoxicated and forgot to close the door the night prior. N stated he walked his dog up Taylor Ave to Blake Ave, then down Sweet Ave. He said the walk took him approximately an hour. N stated when he walked back to his apartment around 11 o'clock, the front door was still wide open. N said he was unsure if the information was known or not, but he thought he should report it. I asked N if he knew anyone who lived in the house. He said not personally, but in passing. I thanked him and cleared. So this is interesting, right? Because we have Brian Koberger coming back to the scene the next morning, according to his cell phone. Hey, Earth. According to his cell phone, he's coming back right at the time this dude's walking his dog, and the door is wide open. That's weird to me. Yes, Beans. The front door was wide open in the morning, and the back slider was wide open. So he went for the walk between 9 and 10, and when he came back at 11, it was still wide open. Kay is a friend of Kaylee. What time did he show up there? What was his, let's see. Brian Koberger. Cell data. Let's see if we can find it really quick. What time was it? Does anybody remember? Hey, Tracy V. Hold on, let's see if this lady will tell us.
Cell phone in those hours leading up to and following the murder that morning, 13th.
According to the affidavit and surveillance video, it is believed that Brian Kohberger left this apartment complex around 2 King Road neighborhood at 3:29 in the before leaving on Walenta Drive. Then, around 4:04 a.m., the suspect returns a fourth time. Next, the vehicle is captured leaving the area of the King Road house at a high speed at 4:20 a.m. Another surveillance video catches the Elantra driving south on Walenta Drive again. Around 4:50 in the morning, his phone was tracked near Blaine, Idaho. Further tracking was consistent with Kohberger traveling south to Genesee, west to Uniontown, and north back into Pullman. The route of the white Elantra is just one piece of evidence that's led.
They're not even going to talk about the next morning. I want to know, was it 9:30? 9:20? 9-ish? Okay, wait. Brian Kohberger returns to 1122 King Road. Let's see. I know we have like an exact time. I'm just curious. If you guys find it, let me know. Oh, it just says around 9 a.m. Around 9 a.m. He stayed for 10 minutes. Okay, so we know that much. He stayed there for 10 minutes. (9:12) and 9:21. So he was there for 10 minutes. Thank you, Kels. So this guy walks by between 9 and 10. Probably closer to 9. Was it open before he walked by? That's weird to me. That he went there and that front door is open. That's creepy as hell, man. All right, so let me make a note on here for 20 is front door open. And is there from 9 what? 12 to 21. Thank you, Kels. All right, let's go on number 21. We've been going for 3 hours already. My God. I don't want to stop. I mean, obviously, we're going to have to stop at some point. But, you know, it's just like there's little nuggets in some of these. All right, so we have cell phone warrants. This is Lawrence Mowrey. On November 16th, I applied for and was granted the following warrants for cell phone providers in the area around 1122 King Road. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is just North Palm Beach, Florida, AT&T, tower dump of all records, unique device, user identifiers. And then AT&T call detail records for 3 numbers. This warrant was served, via email. And then Verizon Wireless tower dump for 3 Verizon numbers. T-Mobile tower dump. Inland Cellular tower dump. $22. All right. Olivia. Lawrence Mowrey. This is about Olivia Goncalves. Alivia, Alivia. 11/17/2022. AG files. On November 15th, I received an email from SG, Steve Goncalves, the father of Kaylee. He stated he had access to some of Kaylee's messages and phone calls. Steve stated he would have blank Olivia contact me about those files. I was able to speak to Olivia, and she sent me various files, including an image from the spokesman review showing a camera on a nearby residence, text messages between Kaylee and Jack DeCour, text messages between Kaylee and her Uber driver, E, a recent phone call list, and video from the Grub Truck Twitch TV feed. So Olivia, what a powerhouse she is. Here she is on the 17th of November, and she's got all this stuff. She's calling them, okay? But note what she's giving them. She's giving them text messages between Jack DeCour and Kaylee. But not only that, the Uber driver guy, Eric Geyser, or whatever his name was. EG. Why would she give the cops the text messages between Kaylee and EG? Maybe to prove, like, timeline? Like, to show, like, when Kaylee was picked up? Dude, she is a total fucking badass. Like, I would love to talk to her. Like, she is she's an amazing person. Smart, articulate. I'm just wondering. I mean, I guess that would put a timeline of when they asked for the ride, or yeah, the text between Jack and Kaylee. Well, according to Steve, remember Kaylee was saying something to the effect of, if you don't answer, I'm taking this dog back to, to my mom's or whatever. I think it was for timeline purposes too. I agree. The communication between Kaylee and Dylan was located on, or wait, not Dylan. I attached these files to the case file. The communication between Kaylee and DeCour was located on DeCour's phone examination, and the Twitch feed was previously downloaded. In the image showing the camera, it was found that residents at Blank King Road. The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow PD, but the file system of the card was not recognized by any of the forensic computers. The card was returned to the owner and reinstalled into the camera. What? Okay, so Olivia sent them a picture from the spokesman review and said, hey. There's a camera on this house. And they're only calling it a nearby residence, but it was at Blank King Road. And then they got the SD card from the camera, and it wasn't recognized by any of the forensic computers. So they just take it back? Good night, Kraken. Thank you for being here. Right? Like, so they just say, oh, go put it back in the camera. Here you go. Oh my God. I cannot with them. On November 17th. Oh, here we go. Look at, here's a fuck up. See? On the 15th, they got that email from Olivia. Look at this. On the 17th, Officer John Rosinsky recontacted the owner of the camera. When I say Olivia, I'm talking about Olivia Goncalves, the one who is the sister. Okay. Chronicles of Olivia is not going to be in these police reports. I promise you. I promise you. But look at that. On the 15th, Olivia emailed all that stuff. And then on the 7th, they put that, they returned that fucking SD card. And then on the 17th, they recontacted the owner of the camera, PC, via phone. And they were out of town. But sent a video showing a figure walk to the dumpster and appear to look inside. So you mean to tell me they couldn't read the fucking video? They couldn't ask to see it at that time and see the person? 2 whole freaking days? And what was the date of the video? All right, guy looks in dumpster. Okay, but we don't know the date, right? They don't give us the date. The person was looking in a dumpster. Just a figure walked to a dumpster and look inside. To preserve any potential evidence on the camera, I asked C if we could seize the entire device, including the SD card, which they already had. They already had it. Oh, my God. PC is probably going, these guys are morons. These guys are effing morons. C stated she would not be back in Moscow until November 28th. Oh, my God. Listen to this. She stated she was out of town till November 28th. I directed C to contact me when she returns, at which time I will attempt to connect the camera back to her Wi-Fi router and view video from the device. Why the fuck didn't you view the fucking video when she... Oh, my God. I can't. I just can't. They didn't know what could have been on that. They gave it back because they're morons. Oh, our forensic computers aren't reading it. Here, just take it home. Are you kidding? They had no clue what in the hell was on that camera. The 28th? We ain't got time to wait till the 28th to see what's on your camera. Unbelievable. Oh, this pisses me off. Who's the initial idiot? Lawrence Mowrey. Who look at this. The card was returned to the owner. Morons. Absolute morons. Okay, 22. Okay, that was that one. 23. All right, 23. God, I was hoping we could get through this first batch. We're only halfway through, though. Again, Lawrence Mowrey. Preservation Facebook blank. See, now, someone makes a dumb fucking mistake like that. I don't trust them. I don't trust anything else they put their hands on. You know what I mean? Right. Send it to the fucking FBI. What are you doing? When did they call in the FBI? Because they needed to do it sooner than they did. I'm going to keep going as far as I can, JC. And I will chapter all of this afterwards. I'm going to label each section that we go so that you guys can come back and find the section you want if you need to. Well, Marco, it's that I'm kind of, not excited in an excitable, like, happy way, but I really want to know what's in these, I am intrigued. Right. Why didn't they play the video? Right. It's so weird. You think they would have at least had them play it and recorded it. So who knows what the date was of that video or who the figure was, if we even know. Okay, so now we've got Mowery preserving Facebooks on the 18th, the day after. Thank you, Diana, for your super chat. You know I totally love you being here and talking this over with me. Okay. On November 18th, I received... Oh, we already did this. Oh, this is another one from Olivia. Holy shit. Okay, Olivia Goncalves strikes again. Hold on 1 second. I wish we had the initials. I guess we could probably go through and figure it out. But I don't think there's really any reason to, because there's a reason they're initials, right? They don't want to be bothered. They don't want to be known. There's no point in it. I mean, we're hearing what they know. These are friends, acquaintances, whatever. I don't think we really need to know who they are, because what they know, we're hearing, right? So on November 18th, I received an email from Olivia Goncalves showing a screenshot of a Facebook post from Dylan Mortensen. In the post, the account, the username was blank. I reported details about the incident. I searched for this user and found a user ID of blank. This account had an avatar similar to the M avatar. I'm confused. Dylan Mortensen's account. I was able to pull it up with the account. It appeared to have the following friends associated with it. And there's, I don't know, like 3 blocked out and then LM blocked out. I requested preservation on all 4 of these accounts. At approximately 7:45, I received an email from Facebook stating the accounts were preserved. All right, so let's go on to... So there were 4 accounts they had preserved. Oh, 24. Was that 23? 24 we're on. Okay, here we go. Another one from Lawrence Mowrey. Twitch video. On November 13th, I was informed 2 of the victims had been patrons at the Grub Truck, located on Main Street in Moscow. I was also informed Grub Truck streams live feeds of their customers and sales via Twitch TV. I was able to locate the Twitch account Grub Truckers and locate the stream from the November 12th to 13th. This stream was labeled The Carbonara Effect. We'll never reveal our secret ingredient. And located at, and they have the URL. In the video, Kaylee Goncalves and Maddy Mogen are walking into camera view on the video at 3 hours and 43 minutes, 1 second timestamp. They are accompanied by a male, later identified as Jack Showalter. Goncalves orders and receives food. At 3:53:31 timestamp, the girls are seen walking around the truck and leave the area. Showalter appears to be talking to another patron and does not see the girls leave. Showalter then raises his arms in a what fashion and walks away in a different direction than the girls. A copy of this video was captured and saved as evidence. Okay, 25 is Aaron Morris. Follow-up. SB follow-up. On 11/18, I was asked to conduct follow-up on SB. I was told B was contacted on 11/17 by MPD and ISP officers. I was asked to watch video from 12 o'clock on 11/22 to 13 hours on 11/13 to see B's movements during the homicide. So we're following up on someone named SB. On 11/12/22, B left his dorm at 12:05. He was wearing a black long sleeve shirt and black sweats. At 12:53, B returned. At 15:03, B left again, wearing a black beanie, black gloves, and white jacket. At 1948, he returned to the dorm without the beanie, gloves, and jacket, but then left again at 1952 with a backpack. B was gone until 11:13 at 12:25 when he returned to the dorm. At 12:25 hours when he returned to the dorm, I reported the information to ISP. So, who's this? Who's SB? This dude left, this dude left his dorm at 1948 hours on the 12th. And then he didn't come back until 12:30 the next day on the 13th after the murders. I bet they looked at this dude hard. Poor SB. Who is SB? Yeah, he was in all black with gloves. I mean, it was cold, right? It was November. But it sounds to me like this person, they talked to him quite a few times. All right, number 26. Lawrence Mowrey, Uber location request. On November 18th, 2022, I logged into the Uber law enforcement portal and submitted an extingent preservation request for any location data associated with the Uber driver named EG with the phone number of blank. Due to the nature of the investigation, Uber recommended an exigency request for the preservation. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, he wasn't working for Uber that night, okay? He was an Uber driver, but he was being a personal driver that night. He was not working for Uber. That's weird because EG works at the college. And he also Uber drives for Uber and drives students around. Okay, so in a screenshot from Olivia, it shows messages which appear to be from Goncalves' phone G's phone between Kaylee and himself. The name of the recipient is Kaylee Uber. It is unknown if G was on duty with Uber at the time of picking up Goncalves and Maddie. Uber stated if the driver was on duty, it would show the location of the vehicle. If the driver was not on duty, Uber would not have the data. I was informed by Uber customer service this is common if the driver provides personal transportation services. At 14:34, I received an email from Uber stating they received my request. I received an email at 16:17 from Uber, which contained files regarding the Uber logs of EG. The record showed his location up until 1:15, where it appears no other information is found and G goes off duty. These records were attached to the case file. No warrant was requested or returned as Uber provided the data via extingent request. So he was working for Uber until 1:15 in the morning, and then Kaylee texted him for a ride. Here's another Mowery devices to PFPD. On November 17th, I contacted Detective Neil Uhrig of the Post Falls Police for assistance in examining the laptops and iPad located in the residence. Oh, man, this is before the FBI got involved, dude. They were calling Post Falls, hey, we need help with the laptops and the iPad. I mean, I get they don't have the resources, but they should have called the friggin' FBI. Come on. I thought ISP was doing this shit. So they have 4 Apple laptops, 2 Dell laptops, and an Apple iPad. He's not a college student, Cheryl T. He works for the college. He's like a recruiter. He's not a kid. And he's actually married to someone who works at the police department. Fun fact. So that's that one. Let's go on to 28. Lawrence Mowrey, the Blank King video. On November 13th, I was informed of a possible surveillance camera located at Blank King Road. Corporal Ryan Snyder had spoken with one of the residents at this location, PC, who had a camera using the HORRIFYING Pro app on the porch of their dwelling. Corporal Snyder provided me with the username and password for the HORRIFYING Pro account associated with C. I asked Snyder if this video was stored on a cloud-based system for me to view, or if C could download the copy of the video. So he learned. At least he learned. Look at, he's like, do you have one to view? View it. Download it. I was provided a 32 gigabyte SD card from the camera. Oh, here we go again. But the file format was not recognized by any of my forensic computers and prompted me to format the disk. Corporal Snyder informed me that C could screen capture the video from her phone, and the card was returned to C to enable her to assist in the acquisition of the data. Stop it. I don't think it was days. I don't think it was days, Lori. Because these guys couldn't even read an SD card with their computers. Why would they? I mean, if the FBI was involved, they'd be taking care of that shit. Come on now. This is the second SD card their computers won't fucking read. On November 17th, I requested the assistance of John Rosinsky to recontact C and see if she could provide the video from the camera. Here we go again. Here we go again. Oh, this is the same lady. This is the same lady. This is a different narrative. Because look, she's out of town. She was in Boise until November 28th. Officer Rosinsky, C, sent him a video of a male subject walking by the camera at approximately 3:20 towards the dumpster. And Officer Rosinsky contacted me, and I spoke to C and requested permission to remove the camera from the residence, and she consented. Based on my training and experience, I know many of the different video surveillance cameras use a first in, first out storage retention system. This means the newer data overwrites the older data. I was concerned data may be lost the longer the camera continued to record footage. I requested assistance from Officer Aaron Morris to go to the residence and unscrew the camera from its location. The camera screws into a common light bulb base. Commonly found on patio porch fixtures. Officer Morris returned a short time later with the camera and the SD card. I'm sorry, Lori. I'm all over the place. This is all over the place, and I'm all over the place. On November 18th, I again attempted to review the contents of the SD card. I plugged the card into a write blocker, and it still was not recognized by the computer. I used FTK Imager version F.7.1.2 to make an image of the SD card. Now that the data was on a drive recognized by the operating system, I then used Axiom magnet version to parse data from the card. In reviewing the data, I found over 13,000 individual images from the card. They appear to be individual video frames. While attempting to view the data on the card, I received a forwarded email from CN, whose sister, MK, resides at the residence. The email stated that he was viewing the video remotely when Officer Morris removed the camera. What? Hold on a second. While attempting to view the data, I thought he did find 13,000 images. Attempting to view the data, I received a forwarded email from CN, whose sister MK resides at the residence. The email stated that he was viewing the video remotely when Officer Morris removed the camera. So, oh my God, the guy was trying to get a video of it. And that was when freaking Officer Morris unscrewed it right in the middle of it. I'm telling you, Brian Kohberger knew how inept these people were. Remember, he sent Officer Morris over there to unscrew the light bulb camera? Well, yeah. He unscrewed it while the homeowner was trying to get a recording of it. Unbelievable. Okay. Let's see, where were we? I was then put in touch with TL, another resident at Blank King Road. L stated she would be back in Moscow at approximately 20 hours. I met with L at her residence and asked again if she'd be willing to assist in recording screen captures on her phone from the device. I explained to L I would replace the camera, gather the information, and then take the camera as evidence. I also explained to L I needed to take the wireless router since the camera was already linked to the Wi-Fi network. L stated she would consent and allow both items to be seized. So they had to take her router because that's the only way they could get. Oh my gosh. I reinstalled the camera into the light socket and powered it on. And it powered on. I was able to watch as L accessed the footage on the camera. During this time, the camera showed a vehicle entering the area at approximately 3:56 and leaving at a high rate of speed at approximately 4:20. Oh my God, could you imagine if they lost this evidence? This was showing Kohberger coming in and out. Okay, Tenny, guess what? We don't care what he has. Just saying. They almost lost that shit. Oh my God. They should have asked the FBI, Mike S. Unreal, man. L provided the videos to me. I uninstalled the camera and seized the wireless router. Both items were then taken back to Moscow Police Department as evidence. They should have never needed to take someone's router to get video. Truly. Barney Fife. On November 19th, while reviewing the videos located at 3:56 and 4:20, it appeared the vehicle left the area and may have traveled on Walenta. However, the video stopped. Oh my God. Listen to this shit. The video stopped. He took the damn router so he could connect to her Wi-Fi to get on her camera. That was the only way they could figure out how to do it. Listen to this shit. While reviewing the videos located at 356 and 420. It appeared the vehicle left the area and may have traveled on Walenta Drive. However, the video stopped. In an attempt to see further and gain perhaps a better resolution, I reconstructed the wireless network the camera operated on by powering on the wireless router. I downloaded the Home Eye Pro app on my work phone. Dude, he's literally using her Wi-Fi and her login to view the damn video. Holy shit. I can't believe this. All right, hold on. This is number 28. Let me make my note on number 28. Jesus. That is insane. Hey, you know what, Shane? If they do that, that's their prerogative. All right, let's see here. So he put the app on his work phone. I was able to use the app and download the video clips. Yay, Mowery! These clips included audio, which were not a part of the screenshots completed and were able to capture a longer duration. In the clips, the vehicle's exhaust and acceleration can be heard, as well as seeing the vehicle leave at a high rate of speed on Walenta Drive. Can you imagine if they lost this? If they lost this, fuck. This is big evidence right here for them. After capturing the clips, I disconnected the camera and Wi-Fi router and placed them into evidence. The videos were placed onto a DVD and placed into evidence. A DVD. This is terrifying, dude. This is terrifying. This is just getting simple data from a freaking Wi-Fi operated camera. This isn't sophisticated police work. Oh, God. Thank God he didn't click format, right? Holy. Because all these little things add up to Koberger. You know what I mean? All right, let's go on to 29. All right, now we're away from Mowery for a minute. Now we've got Dahlinger. Anthony Dahlinger. On November 19th at approximately 12 o'clock, I met with Detective Mowery. Oh, he's helping with all this mess. Here we go. I met with Detective Mowery, who tasked me with downloading surveillance video from several USB memory drives. Detective Mowery gave me multiple small manila envelopes, which contained USB memory drives collected from multiple different investigators. Detective Mowery asked me to download the videos from all the drives and to place them on an external hard drive, which he provided to me. Once that task was complete, Mowery asked me to copy all the videos from the portable hard drive to the M drive on our City of Moscow network, where he created a folder where working on copies of the videos could be stored. They were put in the drive of the Moscow fucking city network? Weird. After downloading the videos from the individual USB memory drives, I placed them back into the manila envelopes they came from and sealed them with evidence tape. I did find 2 of the USB memory drives, which came from the same envelope, did not contain any video footage, and I returned them to Mowery. Oh my God. 2 of them did not have anything on them. I hope that wasn't, that was on purpose. Like they were empty. What the hell? Do you hear this? I did find 2 of them were empty. And he gave them back to Mowery. Were they supposed to have stuff on them? Oh, my word. Once all the videos were downloaded to the portable hard drive, I then copied them all to the M drive on the city network and returned the hard drive to Detective Mowery. Hey, thanks for being here, Dana. Floppy disks. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. So I wonder what was, could have been on there. It is what it is. Let's go on to 30. John Rosinsky, interview with PC. PC. On 11:15 at about 13:48, I spoke with PC on the phone. P said she was good friends with Kaylee, but was also friends with Xana and Ethan. P said she was a member of the sorority blank. P is currently a junior at UI. P said she was not aware of anyone that Kaylee associated with that had violent tendencies. P said she was not aware of Kaylee being involved in drugs in any way. P said she knew people partied with drugs, but doesn't know of Kaylee or any of her other roommates being involved in drugs. P said she did not know if drugs were being sold from the residence. P said she was at a party earlier in the day at a friend's apartment at the Whites. P said at the apartment she saw Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. P said they were all just hanging out and there were other people there as well. P said there was nobody of concern at the apartment and everyone present was a familiar person. P said she last saw Kaylee at the grub truck. P said she arrived after Kaylee and Kaylee was there with Madison Mogen. She said Kaylee was very happy and said Kaylee and Maddie were laughing. She said she did not have a conversation with Maddie, only Kaylee. She also said they did not mention what their plans were after the grub truck. P said Kaylee and Maddie seemed a little intoxicated and believed they came from the club. She said Kaylee seemed coherent and was not stumbling or slurring her words. She did not know if Kaylee and Maddie showed up to the grub truck with anyone. She said she later watched the Twitch video and it appeared someone showed up with Kaylee and Madison, but she did not recognize the individual. She said her friends did not either. She said after Kaylee got her food, she saw Kaylee and Madison walk in the direction of campus. P did not see anyone follow them. P mentioned that she saw in the grub truck video of someone walking in the same direction. She said she heard there was someone concerning at the corner club. P said she heard the individual was being creepy towards Madison and was kicked out. She was not aware of any other males that Kaylee spent time with. She said she knew that Kaylee had an ex-boyfriend that went to UI, but she understood they were on good terms. She said she knew Madison had a boyfriend that graduated from UI, but she did not know his name. She did not know anyone that Ethan and Xana hung out with. P said she wished she had more to share. I thanked her for her time and concluded the interview. All right, so here's another one. This is number 31 from Danny Vargas. Narrative, transporting electronic devices to Post Falls and Coeur d'Alene PD. I wonder why Post Falls. On November 16th, I transported the 4 cell phones belonging to Goncalves, Mogen, Kernodle, and Chapin to Coeur d'Alene PD and gave them to Detective Dustin Taylor. On November 17th, at approximately 12:49, I picked up the cell phones from Detective Taylor at CDA PD and brought them back to MPD and gave them back to Mowery. On November 21st, I transported the phones belonging to Chapin, Mogen, and Kernodle to CDA PD and dropped them off with Jesse Welch. So wait a minute. All 4 of their phones went to Coeur d'Alene, and then the next day were picked up and brought back to Moscow. And then 4 days later, everybody's phone but Kaylee's was brought back to Coeur d'Alene. And then on the same day, 2 separate charging cords belonging to electronic devices to Post Falls PD and drop them off with Brad Johnston. Where's Kaylee's phone at this time? Why didn't they need hers to go back? So all 4 of them went out. All 4 came back. And then 3 phones went back. Why did Kaylee's not go back? What would be the reason for that? Hey, Ishi. All right, let's move on to number 32. This is Danny Vargas of Moscow. Spokane. Oh, hold on. 32 is going to be. All right, dudes. This is going to be the autopsies. Okay. We're going to talk about injuries at this point. If you don't want to hear about the injuries and the autopsies are too much for you, you're going to want to like pause or, leave and come back. No, it wasn't missing because all 4 of them went out. All 4 came back to Moscow and then only 3 went out again. I don't know. I'll give you guys a few minutes if you want to leave or mute and not listen to this part. So. Okay, hold on, Kels. Colbert. Oh, thank you. That's CB. Okay. Thank you, Kels. Danny. This is the autopsies. Spokane County Medical Examiner autopsies. On November 16th, 2022, so 3 days later, at approximately 7:45 in the morning, the Latah County coroner, Kathy Mabbitt, and I attended the 4 autopsies for Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's office. The 4 autopsies were all performed by Dr. V.S. It's weird that they blanked out the doctor. Gary Tollison, a detective with ISP, observed 3 of the autopsies. Kernodle, Mogen, and Goncalves, as he arrived after the autopsy for Chapin was performed. Okay. Okay, so for everybody, there's going to be the same thing. There's going to be a DNA card, hand, wrist, forearm, foot, ankle, anal, oral, vaginal, head hair, nail clippings, neck swabs, hand bags, which is they bag their hands on the scene and then they remove, if there's any evidence and it ends up in the bag. Then I'm not going to repeat all of those things. So all of those things were done on all 4 of the victims. Okay. The only difference really is their clothing that they were wearing. So for everybody, what I just read, they all had that done. Okay. Now for Kaylee, she was wearing a t-shirt, Corner Club, nasty and inebriated black. Pants were Joe Boxer, gray and black flannel. I mean, I can picture this. You come home after a night at the bar. You throw on your comfy pants. You throw on, one of those t-shirts that you won at the bar. And you get comfy. It says a silver earring. one sock, white Adidas. So where the other sock is, where the other earring is, I was thinking maybe they found those in the bedroom and this was just what was on her body. And then for Maddie, we had the same swabbings and all of that. But when you get down to the clothing, she was wearing a short sleeve shirt, pink. And she was wearing black Vandal Russell brand sweatpants, size medium. Silver rings, 3. She had her hair tied back with a black hair tie. She had her false eyelashes still on, both of them. And then they have the SD photo card of the photos. Xana, same thing. When we get down to the clothing, she had on a gray Under Armour sweatshirt and Calvin Klein's beige, size small. The only difference with her was, wait, let's see, because there is a difference here. Let me see. They got head hair from Kaylee. They did get head hair from Maddie. But if you look at Xana, they did a lot more swabbing on her. Head hair, pubic hair, neck, hand. They did a foot bag, 1, left foot. So why? I don't know. They bagged one of her feet. Trace evidence from her left hand and trace evidence from the body bag. Down to Ethan Chapin, same thing. Except for him, they had trace evidence from right hand, which I don't know what that would be. Oh, okay. Women are sacred. Thank you for 19 months. And number 73 is pretty shocking. From Ethan's body, there was a necklace, a bracelet, and 2 Puma brand socks. And then the SD photo card of his autopsy photos. So I'm assuming that Ethan didn't have any clothes on. Maybe he slept naked. Because there's no clothing for Ethan. Major crime prints. As part of the autopsies, major crime prints were taken from each of the victims by the Spokane County forensic units. Chapin's prints were taken on 11/16. Kernodle's on 11/16. Yeah, all of them on, or no, not all of them. I shouldn't say that. Kernodle's were on 11/16. Mogen's and Goncalves were taken on 11/17 in the morning by CL and LE. And were left at the Spokane Medical Examiner's office with L. I responded to the Spokane County Medical Examiner's office and collected Mogen's and Goncalves' prints. So this is also something that I thought was weird, okay? See this where it says major crime prints taken by the following? Oh, I need to peek and see what 73 is. If you have a note, Kels, I need to look. Oh. Oh. Linda Lane footage. So look at this. All the girls, their hands and feet prints were taken. But Ethan's, it was just his feet. Why would that be? At the conclusion of the 4 autopsies, Dr. V.S. met with Kathy Mabut, Gary Tollison, and myself and told us the following. Ethan Chapin's fatal injury was from a stab wound under his left clavicle, which severed his subclavian vein and subclavian artery. I hope I'm saying that right. And also his jugular vein was severed. Ethan only had sharp force injuries. Xana Kernodle's fatal injuries were from 1 laceration in her right lung and 2 lacerations in her heart. Kernodle had 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive. Xana only had sharp force injuries. So I think this is going to be important to pay attention to sharp force injuries. Sharp force would be the direct, like a typical stabbing movie, like, when they're in the movie, like that's just the direct sharp force. Yeah, I think he was passed out. I think he was fucked up and he was passed out. And I don't think he woke up. Well, and you know what? If he did, if he was stabbed in the buttocks, I hate to think that he woke up and couldn't move. And that is his scream in that audio that was put out a long time ago. And then remember, he got his throat slashed. Right? My God. Oh, it's horrible. Madison Mogen's fatal injuries included a left lung laceration and a liver laceration. Madison only had sharp force injuries. So we have 3 that are the same and 1 that's going to be different. Okay? We know Xana fought back like hell. Xana grabbed the knife. I mean, her fingers were almost severed off. But she only had sharp force injuries. Ethan only had sharp force injuries. Madison only had sharp force injuries. Yeah, his jugular vein was slashed. But now Kaylee has multiple injuries. And according to her sister, there was a second weapon used on Kaylee Goncalves. Kaylee Goncalves' fatal injuries included a left lung laceration, a liver laceration, 2 subdural bleeds, which are brain bleeds, and a stab behind her clavicle, which cut her subclavian vein and artery. Kaylee had signs of sharp force injuries, asphyxial injuries, and blunt force injuries. Kaylee had 20 plus stab wounds. It could have been the other end of the knife. Absolutely, it could have been. But one of these are not the same as the other. Why was Kaylee's face mutilated? She was unrecognizable. She had a massive amount of blood around her midsection. The K-bar knife is designed to kill. It's designed to be a hammer type weapon for blunt force injuries, as well as the part of the knife, right? So it's a dual weapon. I do too, Stacy. I think he knew she was there. That's why it was this night. Keezy. Yep, that was Kaylee. That was Kaylee who saw someone in the woods watching her when she took her dog out. I don't think Maddie's face was mutilated like Kaylee's. She wasn't unrecognizable. She had a slash from the corner of her eye to her nose. But other than that, no. But when the cop went in, they couldn't even tell what they were looking at when they looked at Kaylee's face. So one of these, in my opinion, is not like the other. The dog being called out to the woods, I don't know. I still stand by the fact that she was feeling uneasy, and that's why she wasn't staying there. I still think that. Y'all can call me crazy. You can say whatever you want. We don't know. We don't know. That's just how I feel, based on what I know. Dr. S said the weapon used was not serrated, single-edged, very sharp, and said a lot of force was used by the suspect. I will be uploading Dr. S' final autopsy reports to the case file when they are completed. On November 16th, I drove from Spokane County Medical Examiner to the FBI office located at blank and met with Special Agent Brian Gunderson. Several of the clothing items collected during the autopsies were still wet and needed to dry in evidence dryers overnight. S.A. Gunderson and I placed the following items in 2 separate dryers. So they had to go to the FBI to dry the evidence because they didn't have evidence dryers. So I don't even know if the FBI was necessarily investigating at this point, or if they were focusing maybe on the DNA on the sheath. Maybe the FBI was handling that at this point. I'm not really sure. Okay, so they placed the following items into 2 separate dryers, dryer 1 and dryer 2, in their evidence room, and released the items to S.A. Gunderson. Special Agent Gunderson signed for the items. The items belonging to Goncalves and Mogen were placed into dryer 1, and the items belonging to Kernodle and Chapin were in dryer 2. So what was put in dryer 1? Handbags, 2, left and right. T-shirt, and they had to, now you guys, they had to put them in a dryer because they were bloody. Oh, he stabbed her in the top of the head, Cheryl T. So her T-shirt that says from the Corner Club, nasty and inebriated. Her Joe Boxer gray and black flannel pants, and her one white Adidas sock. And then Maddie's pink short sleeve shirt and the black Vandal Russell brand sweatpants. For Xana, it was the handbags, foot bag, sweatshirt, and underwear. Ethan, it was just handbags, 2 of them, and 2 socks. transported the remainder of the evidence items back to MPD and placed them in the evidence fridge in the MPD evidence room. And then on November 17th in the morning, I drove to the FBI office located at blank, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and met with Special Agent Bryant Gunderson. I removed the dried items from dryer 1 and dryer 2 and packaged them back in their original bags. Along with the items I turned over to Gunderson, I collected 2 additional items from Gunderson. 1 bag, which contained the drop sheet, filter, and security tag from dryer 1, and 1 bag with the drop sheet, filter, and security tag from dryer 2. Gunderson released the items back to me on 11/17, and I transported them back to Moscow. I worked with TS and booked all the items collected from the autopsies into MPD evidence. Tyson Berret. UI camera footage from Captain Berret. On 11/21 at around 14:30 hours, I met with UI Deputy Director of Public Safety and Security, BL, regarding safe security camera footage on campus. We provided L an external hard drive to recover the footage, and he'd complete the transfer of information. Oh, okay. So here we are on 11/21. What did he do with this footage? Who is this? Tyson Berret. After receiving the hard drive, I immediately handed it over to FBI agent Dave Bodley so his team could review the data. So finally, on November 21st, we've got the FBI finally reviewing this footage instead of them, having to take people's routers and shit. Supplemental 34. John Rosinsky. Rosinsky booking of 2 cigarette butts on Detective Adams from the ISP behalf. 2 cigarette butts. On 11/21, I was asked by Detective Adams with ISP to book 2 cigarette butts into evidence that he collected. Adams brought the 2 cigarette butts to the MPD evidence room where I watched him place them both into 2 separate envelopes. I sealed the envelopes with evidence tape and signed the tape for both. The chain of custody was filled out on both envelopes. I took photographs of the cigarette butts and attached them to this case file. It doesn't even say where the cigarette butts came from. Just 2 cigarette butts. Maggie Marie, thank you so much for shooting out 5 memberships. I appreciate you. You guys enjoy your memberships. Wait, was that 34? Yeah. Okay, so 34 was the cigarette butts. It's weird that it doesn't specify where they were found, though, right? Okay, so Justin Dean. Drug tip follow-up. On November 21st, 2022, at approximately 11:57, I was asked by Captain Tyson Berret to follow a possible lead in the 1122 King Road homicide case. I was told a Mexican drug dealer with the moniker, it's blanked out, was possibly selling drugs to several fraternities and sororities on UI campus. I told Captain Berret I would contact several of my contacts to see if anyone knew of blank. At 12:04, I began contacting my fellow Quad Cities Drug Task Force detectives, Brett Damon, Colby Martin, and Bryson Ace. None of the detectives heard of a blank selling cocaine in the Quad Cities. At approximately 12:11, I reached out to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Jesus. ATF agent, Special Agent TJ Wahara out of the Spokane, Washington office referencing blank. He hadn't heard of blank, but said he would reach out to other agencies about him. I spoke to blank at approximately 13:13 and blank at 17:25. Blank and blank said they never heard of a blank selling coke in the area. Blank said he would contact me if he heard anything. I also spoke with Brandon DeMeyer with Benton County Sheriff's Office in Washington. Deputy DeMeyer hadn't heard of blank, but said he would contact local detectives and let me know. I'll be waiting if any more information can be found out about blank. I wonder what they ever did with blank. All right, Tyson Berret. This is number 36. OCRI documents, Captain Berret. On 11/22 at about 11:20, I met with LE, initials LE, at the UI Office of Civil Rights and Investigations. I provided E with a new USB storage device to which she saved documents pertinent to the investigation. What's this all about? What would be pertinent to the investigation? At the UI Office of Civil Rights and Investigation. Hey, Kaylee. I know we are so close to 115,000 subscribers. If you're not subscribed, please do. And let's see if we can hit that 115K mark. Kaylee's mom was getting threatened during sentencing. Oh, my God. But what is this all about? The UI Office of Civil Rights and Investigations put documents on there pertinent to the investigation. On 11/22 at 11:30, I met with FBI agent Alex Skelton at the police department. I gave Agent Skelton the USB storage device containing the documents E provided. So they were given to the FBI. What do y'all think that was? I don't know, is she? Beans just said it. All right, let's move on to 37. John Rosinsky, OCRI files pickup. Let's see. Okay, so here we go. On 11/23, Agent Alex Skelton with the FBI requested files to be picked up from the Office of Civil Rights and Investigations. Agent Skelton. Oh, okay. So at this point, they're just the running guys for the FBI, literally. Right? These FBI agents are sending these local cops to go collect shit, and they're doing the investigation. Hold on one sec. Okay, so we're at 4 hours. I don't know how long I should make each go at this, but I'm just so intrigued. Okay, so what do you guys think of that? What would come from the Office of Civil Rights and Investigations at the college? Any ideas? Y'all are over here trying to figure out what what weapon he had. Oh, let me look, because we're pretty close. Let's do a sub check. Hold on. Okay, we are official. Oh my gosh. We're at 114,929. Do y'all think that we can get to 115? We only need 79 more people, I think. Or what would that be? I'm horrible at math. Don't hold it against me. 71 more people? Yeah, we're 71 away from 115K. That's amazing. Thank you so much, you guys. Student transcripts. You think the FBI? Well, I guess, yeah, to see what classes they were in and shit. Good evening, Belinda. Okay, so this is Anthony Dahlinger again. On November 18th, I met with Moscow Police Department Property Coordinator TS. S released the following items of evidence to me. And it's just 22M 2097, and then 2100, 2060, 2101, and 2104. And then he transported this evidence over to Meridian, Idaho, where he turned them over to the Idaho State Police Forensic Services. So 5 items were given to forensics on the 18th. I wonder what the outcome of those forensics were. Lawrence Mowrey, again, getting an eBay warrant. So eBay sales warrants on November 26th, I requested and was granted a warrant for eBay for the sales of these K-Bar full-size Marine Corps fighting knife and the sheath. And then he logged into the eBay portal and he received an email that the files are ready to download. He downloaded the files. eBay showed 0 purchases for ASIN blank 4938. However, in examining the files, eBay showed several user IDs associated with the sale of ASIN blank 4661 K-Bar 1217S leather sheath. And look at this one, JP, Japan, completely blanked out. Arizona, Idaho, Pennsylvania, Washington, Ohio, Wisconsin, New York, Texas, Ohio, Washington, and Arizona. They sold a K-Bar sheath on eBay. Jocelyn, I don't know. I hope so. I don't know if Pennsylvania is going to release that stuff or... So then they went further. I'm just going to sum this up. They went further to dig in on these user IDs for eBay that sold those knives. All right, number 40. Lawrence Mowrey, router interrogation. On November 13th, I responded to 1122 King Road in an attempt to interrogate the wireless router located at this residence. I can't believe this is the guy we have dissecting the digital evidence in this case. After speaking with Corporal Berret Payne, he informed me the wireless router and cable modem were located in the living room on the 2nd floor. After arrival, I used an Ethernet cable to connect my laptop to the LAN ports on the back of the Spectrum Wi-Fi 6 router with the serial number blank. The router then provided my laptop with an IP address and a gateway IP, which resolved to the router. Oh my God. Here we go. I attempted to locate a web-based management portal for the device, but was prompted to download the Spectrum app and use the account username and password to access the device. I contacted Spectrum technical support and found this was the only way for the client to access the data on this device. This was the day of the murders. I then called the Charter Law Enforcement Response Team and spoke with a representative and tried to ascertain if Charter Spectrum could retrieve data from the router via their diagnostic portal. No, it's this Mowrey guy, man. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's on the phone with fucking tech support with Spectrum. You're investigating a quadruple murder. Get the fucking FBI on the phone. What you calling Spectrum for? My goodness. My goodness. I would have called the FBI that day. You're calling Spectrum fucking tech support while you're investigating 4 murders? Wow. Thank you so much, Ishi, for 5 more memberships. Welcome, newbies. Kaylee Dime got one. Danny Dan got one. Belinda, Betty, and Lee Michelle. Awesome. Thank you so much. Oh my God. So here's the threatening text that Kaylee's mom got while she was sitting in court. It says, "Sitting near you in court and watching you is a joke. You know that Brian is innocent. Making threats to Brian about getting raped in prison was very silly. I am in contact with a lot of serial killers, including BTK. And I've been put in contact with a wannabe serial killer who is in Moscow, Idaho, and I have given him your address." Holy shit. I think CBI was called in right away, to be honest. That is chilling. Huh. And that's a weird text because who the fuck is in contact with a lot of serial killers, including BTK, other than Brian's fucking professor? That is fucked up. What do you mean you don't believe it? Like, you don't believe it? Or you're like, I don't believe this shit. Here, I'll show you guys the photo. Y'all. I mean, why would you say that? Like, who fucking says that? They want to make it look like it's his fucking professor. That's weird. And this isn't her actual phone. I think it's like a remake. But this is what it says. Right. I mean, who else talks about, and they say silly? I'm in contact with a lot of serial killers, including BTK. And I've been put in contact with a wannabe who's in Moscow and have given him your address. No, it's really scary because his professor meets with serial killers all the time. And then we have Brian doing this weird fucking survey, right? This person was probably not even in court. But what I'm saying is he did a survey, and God knows what kind of criminals or wannabes contacted him. How do we know there's not a wannabe who's had ideations? I don't like it. Nah, I don't like it at all. And it looks like the typos are on purpose. Yeah, like no space, a comma, and then no space. He thinks they're in a different state. Interesting. Very interesting. It's fucking scary. I can't imagine being those people, dude. Looking over my shoulder. You know, and sometimes they can't look into things because people use burner phones and they use VPNs, which is Bryan Kohberger's VPN had a ton of use. No, I don't think it was a real assignment, me, because he had already graduated. They had their lawyer. Yeah, well, you can only get so far. I mean, people know how to hide their shit. When I use a VPN, it says I'm in a different state. I just don't know why they would say they're in touch with a lot of serial killers, including BTK. His ex-professor freaking wrote a book with BTK and paid him. Yes, this was to Kaylee's mom. Hey, Kendo. Good to see you. And he called this router interrogation. All right, so here we go. Let's continue this joke of a router interrogation. On November... Okay, so wait a second. I then called Charter Law Enforcement Response Team and spoke with a representative and tried to ascertain if Charter Spectrum could receive the data. After several days and phone calls to Charter, he's waiting days? This is the people. 4 people were murdered. And he's waiting several days to get a call back from Charter. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Here they're killed on the 13th, y'all. Okay? And we're on the 17th. 4 days. 4 motherfucking days. He called Charter and left a voicemail. They returned his phone call and stated her technicians were able to access and download the data from the router. However, they did not preserve the correct time frame specified in my request. I was told she would have her technicians retry and preserve the data. All right. I've held off long enough. I think we need this. What in the world? So then on November 17th, again, he calls Charter and leaves another voicemail and gets a call back. And he had to call and prompt it, right? Calls back. Oh, yeah, we were able to retrieve the time periods of September 14th to November 7th and November 11th through the 14th. Why did they leave out the 7th through the 11th? Oh, there was a problem with... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Dude, why did he take this plea? Why did he take this plea? Listen. I was informed there was a problem with their cloud services, and that resulted in data loss for November 8th to 10th. I informed D I would be applying for a warrant and requesting that data with the legal process. Do you think that's going to make it appear? This is unbelievable. From my training and experience, I know wireless routers allow wireless devices to connect to them for access to the internet on other devices on the LAN, local area network. During this process, after a device has successfully connected to the wireless router, a log of this connection and the specific MAC address of each device is kept on the device. If a user, I'm telling you, the only reason he took that plea was to protect those damn parents. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. That is the only reason. And I don't even know if it's humiliation, Diana. I think it's deeper than that. I think it's deeper than that. Holy cow. What was said in that car on that drive? Yeah, something's up, dude. That had to be why. That's the only fucking reason. Huh. I think they're like the laundries. 2,200 hours he spoke to his mom the time he was incarcerated. 2,200 hours to mommy. Thank you for your super chat or super sticker, Kels. This is unbelievable. Well, and then it came out in Patterson's book, right? That Michael Koberger was telling friends and neighbors that Brian was being set up, that they planted the sheath. I don't know why his dad wasn't there. The whole thing is weird. Oh, man, women, are you serious? This is terrible. Okay. If a user previously selected connect automatically while connecting to the wireless router, which is a common default setting, the device will connect to the router automatically without any user input. These devices would have to be in close proximity to the router. The data previously stored on the wireless router located at 1122 King and preserved by Charter Spectrum may show individual MAC addresses of devices connected to the device. If the suspect had previously connected to the wireless router, was in close proximity to the wireless router located in the residence, this device may have automatically connected and appear on the MAC address logs. We had Steve Goncalves talking about he touched their Wi-Fi, right? He touched it. This could provide evidence of when a device was in close proximity to the router on the night of the murders. I requested the assistance of the Latah County Prosecutor's Office for applying for a warrant. Why did they need the prosecutor to help them? What the hell's going on here? For the data records preserved and stored at Charter for September 14th to November 14th. On November 22nd, I received an email from M stating the files were ready to download. Finally, on November 22nd, he finally gets them. These people have been dead for weeks, and we haven't even examined their wireless router. Oh, my God. I don't even know what to say. November 22nd? Jesus. No wonder they didn't get Koberger's name until the 19th of December from the FBI. What a joke. What an absolute joke. On November 22nd, I received an email from M stating they were ready. I logged in, downloaded them, and saved them into the computer in the secure forensic lab at the Moscow Police Department. Why are these not all being put in the same thing? Everything else was put in the Moscow City portal. MBS. I read James Patterson's book, One Night in Idaho. Dana, I feel like his family's the Addams family, and I'm not trying to be mean, but it's not an excuse that it's a small hick town. You call in the big guns when you have a small hick town. These guys are idiots. Idiots. I mean, I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the prosecutor's office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to Charter. Okay. Lawrence Mowrey, phone warrant. On November 17th, Jack DeCour was interviewed by Sergeant Mike Van Leuven from the ISP District 1 office. At that time, he provided his phone to Sergeant Van Leuven along with consent to search the phone. That phone is an iPhone XR IMEI blank, transported to Coeur d'Alene Forensic Lab. I applied for and was granted a search warrant to access the contents of the iPhone. Thank you, me, for your super sticker. The phone was to be extracted by Dustin Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Department. Mike Van Leuven had taken the phone to Dustin Taylor at the Computer Forensic Lab. Why didn't they take everything to the fucking Computer Forensic Lab? Why were they fucking around with it in Moscow for weeks? God. On November 18th, while confirming Detective Taylor received the warrant, I was informed the phone was no longer at Coeur d'Alene Police Department. ISP Paul Berger picked up the phone from Taylor and delivered it to Spokane County Sheriff, where investigative analyst VJ received it. The data on the phone was forensically extracted at that location. Jesus Christ. On November 19th, ISP Detective Richardson retrieved the phone from the forensic lab and delivered it to Dee's mother, per the attorney's wishes. On November 21st, Detective Anderson of the ISP provided Sergeant Van Leuven with a USB drive containing the extraction. Sergeant Van Leuven then gave it to me, and it was placed in secure forensic lab at Moscow Police. An examination will be completed at my earliest convenience. His earliest convenience. Since the warrant was not served, I did not complete a warrant receipt. Court documents sent to Latah County prosecutor. 42. I'm going to stop at 5 hours. So we've got about 20 minutes. And then we'll pick up next time. We've gotten through a lot, you guys. A lot. So Lawrence Mowrey, again, with initial interviews. He's just a jack of all trades. 11:15. Oh, no, this is when it was filed. On November 13th, I was directed to interview potential witnesses in regards to the incidents at 1122 King Road. The following interviews were conducted at the Moscow PD. Interview 1, Dylan Mortensen. On 11/13/2022, Dylan was interviewed in regard to the homicide investigation. Dylan said she was a resident at the house where the incident occurred. Dylan said she was drinking at a blank party at around 10:30 on 11/12, where she was drinking. Dylan said she went to blank house to blank house. Dylan said she believed she arrived home between 12:30 and 1 on 11/13. She said she thought Bethany arrived home around 20 minutes after she did. Dylan said she believed Maddie and Kaylee arrived home around 1:30 or 2. Dylan said up to this, nothing weird had happened during the night. Dylan said she and her friend, L with a question mark, whatever. I don't know why there would be a question mark. Like, really? Make sure you got it? Came home, followed by B, Bethany, from blank. Dylan said L lived at the blank house and Bethany was her roommate. And B was her roommate. Dylan said when Maddie Mogen and Kaylee got home from the corner club at the same time and everyone went to bed. Dylan was asked about the layout of her house. Dylan said Kaylee's room was directly above her room. Dylan said she lived on the second floor and Kaylee was on the third. Dylan said Kaylee and Maddie both live upstairs on the third floor in separate rooms. Dylan said Xana lived closest to the bathroom on the second floor and Bethany lived on the first floor. When asked about Murphy, Dylan said it was a dog owned in common between Kaylee and Jack. Dylan said there were no apparent issues between Kaylee and Jack. Dylan said Maddie had a boyfriend named Jake who was in Boise at the time of the incident. Dylan indicated Xana was dating Ethan Chapin, who was in the room with her at the time of the incident. Dylan did not know of anyone who would want to hurt Ethan when she was asked. Dylan was asked if she saw any cars in that area that should not be there. Dylan said, no, I was not really looking at that. Dylan said she woke up around 4 on 11/13 where she could hear Kaylee and Murphy, the dog, dancing. What do we think of that? She said she could hear Kaylee and her dog dancing. What time was that? 4 o'clock? But Dylan said she knew it was Kaylee because she recognized her voice and could hear Murphy barking. Dylan said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say there is someone here. Dylan said she thought she heard Kaylee run back down the stairs. Dylan said Kaylee sounded scared when she made this statement. So do we think that was really Xana going upstairs and she thought it was Kaylee? No, I think she heard Kaylee and Maddie getting murdered. And so did Xana. And Xana ran up there. And I think ran back down and said, there's someone here. And that's what she heard running down. She insisted, though, it was Kaylee, huh? Dylan said at this time she jumped up, locked the door because she did not know what else to do. Dylan said she called out Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. Dylan said she then tried to call Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie on their phones. Dylan was asked if she saw anyone come downstairs or heard anything. She said, no, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors and never had problems before. It was just really random. And it would explain blood evidence, right? And in the living room, too. If he, did something to her on the way down the stairs, that blood could have also, trailed into the living room where they got blood from the living room as well. When asked again about the series of events, Dylan said she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee, then closed the door because she was scared. Dylan said she then opened the door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but could have been Xana. See, now here we go. When asked again, Dylan said she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee. When she cried out to Kaylee? What? Is that when she said, be quiet or something? I'm confused. When asked again about the events, Dylan said she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee, then closed the door because she was scared. Wait a minute. So Dylan said she opened the door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. Did she just assume she was in the bathroom and she was really in the hallway or in her room? Let's read this again. When asked about the series of events, Dylan said she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee, then closed the door because she was scared. Now, this is before she saw Brian, or, you know, this is the first time she opened the door, right? Dylan said she then opened the door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but could have been Xana, crying in the bathroom. Dylan said she then heard a man's voice say, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Dylan said it was weird because the statement was not in a nice way and the voice was one she never heard before. Okay, so he didn't say, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Not in a nice way. How do you say that in not a nice way? "It's okay. I'm going to help you." I mean, I don't know. Dylan said it was weird. That statement was not in a nice way and the voice was one she'd never heard before. Dylan said she called out to Kaylee again and there was no crying after. Okay, so she's calling out. Brian's hearing her. Okay? Hold on. Yeah, I knew she cried out. I just didn't know what she said. But listen. How do you know whose name her car was in, Lynn? Lynn, email me what you know. Right, Georgia Dog, but if she's hollering out for Kaylee, he had to have heard her. He was in the house. So she opened her door and he had to have heard her. Oh my God. Okay. Let's keep going. She called out to Kaylee again. There was no crying. And she did not know what happened after that. Dylan said she opened the door again. And the guy is right there. Dylan described the male as approximately her height, 5'10", or a few inches taller, not skinny, but athletic build. Dylan said the suspect was wearing all black with masks that covered just his forehead and go around his face. Dylan showed her hands with the mask exposed his nose but covered the mouth area. Now this is interesting. No, I'm good, Marco. This is interesting. Dylan said she believed the suspect was white, but did not remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. Dude, the defense would have torn this shit apart. I thought it was the bushy eyebrows that identified him. Wow. If they didn't have his parents to hold against him, this dude would have walked, possibly. Holy crap. But still, she said she doesn't remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. His eyes were the identifier. Dylan said when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left. When did bushy eyebrows come out? When did bushy eyebrows come out? I don't trust these cops, dude. I don't trust this at all. Put a 1 in chat if you're feeling like you can't trust any of this stuff. Like, as soon as the investigation got in the hands of the FBI, yes. But this shit? Oh, wow. Straight up in the PCA. So I wonder if they re-interviewed her after they knew what he looked like. Holy shit. I wonder what date interview her bushy eyebrows came out. Wow. I mean, straight up, didn't remember what his eyes even looked like, but then all of a sudden, the bushy eyebrows were... Oh, I don't know. The DNA on the sheath, right? And his vehicle... And they almost fucked up the DNA on the sheath, too. I think the FBI got that in time from Othram because a trace amount of that you can't keep using over and over and keep testing, right? So the FBI stepped in the nick of time, grabbed that DNA from Othram Labs that ISP had sent it to. FBI said they were involved immediately. I don't know what capacity, though. I think they were involved in a certain capacity, but not with the digital forensics. I think the FBI was doing other things. I didn't say he was innocent. I'm just saying, wow. This guy could have pressed his luck for sure. Who's the cowboy trooper? What does that mean? I don't know who that is. Wow, man. I'm just kind of floored. Dylan said she believed the suspect was white, but okay, we read that. Dylan said when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left. Dylan said she believed he was holding something near his stomach or belt line. Dylan used both hands to point straight out from her abdomen. Dylan then moved her hands apart and back together to simulate a bulge. Dylan said this area was black in color and she thought now maybe it was a gun. This is the first we're hearing about a gun. How did it go from a gun to a canister? This is wild. Oh, the group of cops. I think those were FBI agents, you guys. Request info from Pennsylvania. They wouldn't share with Moscow? Okay, so here we go. Dylan said the unknown object had an arrow shape. This is the first time we're hearing about an arrow shape. What the hell is an arrow shape? A knife? What do you guys think an arrow shape would be? I mean, this is an interview she did on what day? 11 on the day of. This is the day of. This is the day it happened. This is what she said. Right after it happened. Oh, you think Kaylee's car was still coming back to the previous owner because she just bought it? Oh, yeah, because she wouldn't be registered in Washington. That would be the previous owner, probably. Lynn, that wasn't a $100,000 Range Rover. It was a 2015. It was used. And she saved her money. These were good kids. Don't make them something they're not. I'm not going to go there, okay? Not going there. She was a great kid. In the report, she thought it was a vac canister. Well, here she's saying it was a gun in an arrow shape. And then we heard fireman. This girl's eyewitness out the fucking window. She would have been no good, in my opinion. Well, that's why I think they should release the videos. I think we need to see the videos and hear it from her. Her state of mind would have been shock. So I'm thinking she would have been, I don't know, this is just me. I'm no analyzer. But I would think immediately after, with her being in shock, she wouldn't be as hysterical as she would be further on down the road. I mean, look at her 3 years later. She was hysterical giving her statement. Dylan was asked how long she believed it was from the time Kaylee said someone is here to when she saw the suspect. She said it was about 10 or 20 minutes. Dylan went on, and that's pretty accurate. Dylan went on to say she was in and out of it, and she did not fully remember the incident. Dylan was asked where the suspect was at in the residence when she saw him. Dylan said the suspect was between her bedroom door and the kitchen. Dylan said she remembered watching the suspect go out the kitchen door and leave. She watched him leave? I thought that she only opened up the door a crack. She remembered watching the suspect go out the kitchen door and leave. Now, would you not have ran to your window to look to see where the person went? I'm not judging. I'm asking a question. That's what I'm saying. How'd she see him leave out the door? Or did she not? I don't know. So she had to have left. Yeah, these are absolutely legit questions. So she had to have walked out of her room and watched him leave, if that's true, right? If that's true. In the frozen shock phase, yes. Mm-hmm. Hang on a second.
29 a.m. Gas station security.
I'm trying to see if this shows.
They are. He's excited.
Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let's look at this one. I just randomly found this. This is from Hidden True Crimes video, but they have a layout. Let's look at this really quick. Because I actually want to see, again, I don't know how good this is, but. I'm sure we'll be able to get a look. Okay, so was that hallway really that wide, though? Was that doorway that wide? Here, let me make it bigger for you guys. Check this out. Was the hallway from the kitchen to Dylan's room really like a double door, or you know what I mean? Or was it like a bedroom door size? Is that accurate? Because if we look at the floor plan below, look, down here, it shows that this doorway from the kitchen to the foyer area leading over to Dylan's room, it shows that that door is the same size. Right. I realized they were drunk and all that. I understand that. But she also slept, right? She also slept a bit, according to her and Bethany. But if you look at this floor plan, I don't know if the kitchen doorway was that wide, but let's keep watching. So she would have opened that door right there. And then there's the slider. So the slider is kind of on an angle. So hell, I don't know, man. So here we are. We're right by Dylan's. Okay, now we're going upstairs. I don't want to go upstairs, but this is Dylan's. Hold on. There's Dylan's room right there. Dylan's room, the stairs going upstairs, and then the closet. And then if you keep going, it would be the kitchen. That's what I thought too, Georgia Dog. I thought she cracked it open, right? Let me see. Do they go back downstairs or? Okay, so here's the living room. There's Dylan's room to the left. Okay, so Xana would have ran. Okay, this is going to kind of lay it out for us. Xana comes down these stairs, right? Runs past Dylan's room. They go through the living room. I think this is where they collected blood from the wall, right? And then they go down to Xana's room. Oops, let's look at that again. And then we have the bathroom on the left and Xana's room straight ahead. So Dylan says she thought she heard Xana crying in the bathroom. But I don't know why she would think the bathroom versus her bedroom. I'm not really sure. And now we're going into Xana's room. Okay, so here's Xana's room, right? She's got the closet, and then you can see the bathroom door. And then over here is where, on the outside wall of the house, the blood was dripping down because Ethan was on this bed right here. And from what I understand, Ethan's head, he couldn't see him. Hunter couldn't see him because he was all covered up. And his head was between the bed and the wall, from what I understand. And then you have the blood outside. I'm with you, Auntie Cheryl, dude. It's weird, man. And then you've got Xana right here in the middle of the floor. Fell straight back. And she's lying in a pool of blood. Her clothes are soaked with blood. And now we're back. Here we are. Okay. Maybe she could see from this angle, guys. Look at the angle of the sliding glass door. Tara, that's what I think, because his jugular was cut and he was on the bed, and it sounded like his head was between the bed and the wall. I mean, hearing the audio on the neighbor's camera, imagine that being inside the house. Well, Sarah, I don't think Ethan was clothed. The only clothing they got from him were socks. So I think he was covered up. And it was winter. It was cold. You know, I think they were all snuggled under blankets. I really do. I really do. But do you guys think that she could have possibly seen him? So that kind of gives us more of a visual, right? Okay, so she remembered watching the suspect go out the kitchen door and leave. Or maybe she just assumed he went out the kitchen door and left. Dylan said the suspect did not walk towards her or say anything. Dylan said once the suspect left, she immediately called Bethany. Dylan said Bethany informed her she heard a sound that sounded like a firework. Hold on, let me make this smaller again. She heard a sound that sounded like a firework. Dylan then said she told Bethany, she called everyone and they're not answering. What would have been a firework sound? Hey, Lindsay. What would have been a firework sound? I just can't. I mean, we had the thud. Maybe it was that. Maybe that's what it sounded like in her room. Yeah, the audio is real. Dylan said she was in and out of it and believed everyone was just asleep. Dylan said she then went to Bethany's room, locked the door, and went to bed. Dylan said she woke up around 11 or 12 and called her roommates, and no one answered. Dylan said she called Hunter. Hunter came to the residence, went downstairs, and told Dylan they needed to call law enforcement immediately. Dylan was asked if there was anything else she wanted to share. Dylan said the noise, Bethany described the noise as a loud boom. But Dylan did not hear it. I think there was, Lindsay, in Pennsylvania. I think there was a flashlight. A loud boom. That had to be the thud. I'm telling you, it was Xana hitting the floor. But why would he have been outside Bethany's door, though? Dylan was asked if any of her roommates shared any weird experiences in the last couple weeks, or calls or texts. Dylan said no, it's all been normal. Nothing weird at all. Nothing really weird happens in Moscow usually. When asked if there were any altercations at the blank party, she said no, everything was normal. Dylan mentioned again she was with Dee and Xana at the party. Dylan was asked if anyone was having sexual relations with anyone they shouldn't be. Dylan said no. With anyone they shouldn't be? What does that mean? That's a weird question. Dylan brought up an incident. So she said, no, it's been all normal. But then she remembered an incident which occurred about a month prior. Dylan said she and Bethany remembered Kaylee saw a shadow while she was taking Murphy outside. Here we go. One is different than the other. Kaylee's injuries, different than the others. Dylan said Kaylee also mentioned when she was at blank 2 or 3 weeks prior, an individual was following her. Dylan also said she arrived home one time and the door to the residence at 1122 King Road was found open. Dylan said she did not believe the slider door was locked on 11/12. Dylan said she heard Murphy barking a lot around 4 o'clock, 11:13 when Kaylee went upstairs. Dylan said she heard Murphy go outside barking as well. Dylan was unsure if Murphy would chase the suspect outside. Dylan said she did not remember if the suspect who ran left the slider door open. Ran? So she knew the dog was barking outside. Now, if you have a dog in the house and someone weird was just in your house, like, I would want the dog with me. I would go seek out the dog. I'd be like, I'd want to go where the dog is. Because if the dog is barking, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I would call the dog in. If I just had this weird thing happen and, like, the dog's outside barking. I don't know. It's strange, man. But I don't know. Interview 2. Hunter Johnson. Hunter said around 12 o'clock on 11/13, Dylan called Emily, Hunter's girlfriend. Dylan told Emily she thought something was not right in her house. Dylan also told Emily she heard or saw a man in the house the night prior. Dylan asked Emily and Hunter to come over and make sure everything was okay because she locked herself in Bethany's room. Hunter said he was the first person to get to the residence. Hunter said he entered the code to the front door where Bethany and Dylan were in Bethany's room on the first floor. Okay, now I'm really confused. Jeepers, creepers. Thank you so much for your super chat. Listen to this. This is not jiving here. This is not jiving. Dylan called him. Listen, he was the first person to get there. He entered the code to the front door at noon. At 11 o'clock, the guy walking his dog said the door was wide open. When did the door get shut that Hunter needed to use the code? Does that make sense? Doesn't to me. He entered the code to the front door where Bethany and Dylan were in Bethany's room on the first floor. Dylan and Bethany were telling Hunter they did not know what was going on. Ishi, thank you for the super chat. Why was the 911 call about a friend who wasn't waking up? If you went there to see that, you would have seen what poor Hunter did, and it's never made sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me either. Maybe he gave Murphy some dog food. He wasn't silent, though, Mystic Firefly. He was barking until 5 o'clock. Right, but the guy walked by their house at 11 a.m. and said the door was wide open. From 9-ish to 11. Now all of a sudden it's closed. Who closed it? Because BK was taking a shower at 10:30, fucking taking selfies. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know if they called her name. I mean, they were calling her phone. Maybe that's why. I don't know. No, he was there at 9. The door was still open at 11. Then it was closed at noon. I don't know. Anyways, he says he puts the code in. So he said he went up the stairs and immediately went to Xana's room. Hunter said this was the only room he went into. Hunter said when he approached the door, it was only partially open. Hunter said when he approached the door, it was only partially open. When he opened it, he saw Xana and Ethan. Okay, now I'm confused again. Hold on. When Dylan ran downstairs to Bethany's room, she saw Xana laying on the floor. Now, why did Hunter have to open the door to see Xana? I mean, he's specifically saying the door was partially open. This is pretty specific. So how in the hell did she run down to Bethany's room and see Xana in her room on the floor? I just have questions. I mean, it's pretty specific. I don't think this is something that is, discombobulated wording or sentences. This is interesting, right? He said this was the only room he went into. When he approached the door, it was only partially open. He said when he opened it, he saw Xana and Ethan. Hunter said he initially did not realize all the blood was dried blood in the room. Hunter said he thought at first that he had been drunk and left a mess. Hunter said when he stood there for a moment, he began to realize what he was seeing. Hunter said Bethany and Dylan were uncontrollably crying. Hunter said he told them to get out of the house and call law enforcement. Hunter said he then went in the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer. Hunter said he then went into the room and checked the closet to make sure there was not anyone else in the room. Hunter said he checked for a pulse on both Xana and Ethan. Hunter said both of the bodies had rigor mortis and were cold with no breath or pulse. God, that's horrible. Hunter said he believed the two had been deceased for a while. Hunter said he believed he left the knife on the folding table in the living room. Hunter said Emily, J, and L started to enter the house. Okay, so this sounds a little different here. So these girls saw him go grab a knife. Listen. These three girls were still outside. Bethany and Dylan were still inside. Because he went in and he stood there, didn't realize what he was looking at. And he said Bethany and Dylan were uncontrollably crying. So maybe they saw more than we thought. Because the other three girls started to walk in. And that's when he said, get out of the house. We heard that on the 911. So he says they were uncontrollably crying. He told them to get out of the house. Hunter then went in the kitchen. So they were like, they knew it was bad. Right? Because then later down here, he said that the three girls, Emily, J, and L, started to enter the house, come up the stairs. He told them to get out of the residence. He said this was about the time Moscow PD arrived on scene. So that was the 911 call. Will, not at all. Not at all. It's just trying to fill in the blanks, right? With what we know, what we've been told, what we've read, and, what these say. I'm just talking it through, that's all. I'm sure there's perfectly good explanations, but these are all questions we all have. Okay, so he said the officer told him to stay where he was at. Okay, so that's why he was still in the house. So that answered that question. Hunter said he did not know if anyone else was upstairs as he had not gone anywhere else in the house. I mean, a killer could have still been in the damn house. This is crazy. Hunter said he had trouble comprehending what he was seeing. I'm sure he did. Hunter said he was not at the blank party the night prior. Hunter said he and Ethan were texting the night prior, 11:12 by phone. Hunter said Ethan wanted him to come over, but Hunter chose not to. Hunter said he knew Ethan since fall of 21. Hunter said he was in blank and Ethan was a member of blank. Hunter indicated J and E were in the same sorority and were roommates. He said L, who was also present, was in the fraternity blank and was currently dating J. H said he and L stayed at J's apartment with E and J the night of 11/12. He was asked when the last time he was at 1122. He indicated he was last there on 11/12, where he was pre-gaming for the Vandals football game. Hunter said he got to the residence about noon or 1 and left about 4:30 to go to a different party. Hunter said the last time Emily, was at 1122 was Friday 11/11. Hunter did not know anyone who had issues with E and Xana dating. So they asked him, do you know anyone who has issues with them dating? Hunter estimated Xana and Ethan were dating for 8 months. Hunter said knew Xana very well through his girlfriend, Emily. Hunter said he was not very familiar with Maddie or Kaylee. Hunter allowed pictures to be taken of his phone of the conversations between him and Ethan. And I think after this page, I'm going to shut it down for the night. Yes, these were all interviews from 11:13. And if you guys want to replay this, I'm going to work on chaptering them so that they're easy to reference and get back to. Movie star, on LinkedIn and stuff. Yeah, it's all very wild to me too. Interview 3 is JM. Who's JM? Am I having a brain fart, or do we not know who JM is? I just want, to keep it organized, and I don't want to just blurt it out and, you know what I mean? Not have any references to go back to, because I'm sure there's going to be more stuff that comes out, right? From other entities. Yes, we did cover that. But I think we need to reserve judgment till we get through all 320 or whatever it is. So I don't know who JM is, but it's a woman. It's a girl. I will, women. So Jay said she texted Bethany at 11:20 on the morning of 11:13. Jay asked Bethany if she was awake. Jay said Bethany called her back at 11:49. Bethany told Jay she and Dylan were in Bethany's room. Jay said Bethany was freaked out because her roommates were not answering the phone. Jay said she heard Dylan on the phone in the background saying, "I saw something." Jay said Bethany asked her to come over and pick her up. Jay said Bethany texted her while she was driving there and said Emily and Hunter were on the way as well. Jay said, oh God, this poor Jay girl. Jay said as she arrived, MPD units were arriving as well. Wow. Jay said she did not go to the blank party but went to a different one instead. Jay said Bethany and Dylan came to this other party after she left blank. Jay estimated Dylan left her party at 12:30 and Bethany left her party at 1 on 11:13. So Bethany was like, come over and get me. Jay said she was in blank with Dylan, LB, and Xana. Jay said Xana and Maddie were both in blank, but they dropped out, and Kaylee was in blank but dropped as well. Jay suspected the girls dropped their respective sororities because of issues with other girls in the houses. Jay specifically cited girls on the executive board who tell other members what to do. Jay suspected this was what they did not like. Jay confirmed she, L, B, and D were still active members in blank. Jay said the girls who were still active members of the sorority who chose not to live in the house did so because of money issues. Jay said Maddie was Bethany's big sister in the sorority house. Jay said she knew Kaylee saw a dark figure staring at her from the tree line when she took her dog Murphy out to pee. Yikes. Jay said this occurred about a month ago at 1122 King Road. Jay said there had been lighthearted talk about and jokes about a stalker in the past. Jay said all the girls were slightly nervous about it being a fact, though. I wonder if they noticed there was weird things. Kathleen, that's not true. And I resent you saying that. Because we have a really good community here. And we're just questioning what we're reading. We can't stand Bryan Kohberger. Okay? That goes without saying. We're not angry at Dylan. This isn't anger. This is questioning what we're reading. I don't know where you're getting anger from. That's weird. Kohberger had anger. I haven't seen any anger here at all. Jay said all the girls were slightly nervous about it being a fact, though. Jay did not indicate any social media issues or issues between the girls who lived together. Jay said there was no issue with the girls from the blank sorority and the residents at 1122 King. Jay said the front door had issues with locking and sometimes it could be opened without a code. Jay said she did know the code to the front door. Jay said she was unsure if the residents kept the back sliding door locked regularly. Interview 4 is LB. L said he did not go to the blank party. L said he went to sleep at 20 hours on 11/12 at J apartment on Taylor Avenue. L said he woke up around 2 or 3. L said he, J, and E were up talking in the living room of the apartment until about 5 o'clock on 11/13. Wow, they were awake that whole time. L indicated Hunter was present but not awake during this time. L said they all went to bed at this time and woke up again around what he thought was 9. L said Hunter and Emily came in the room where he and Jay were. This is so confusing. L said Dylan had called Emily around 10 and sounded scared. L said Dylan told Emily someone had been in their house last night. Al said Dylan and Bethany ran downstairs and locked themselves in a room. Al said Dylan informed them she did this because of her seeing someone in the house, and Dylan could only see his nose and his chin. So much for the bushy eyebrows. Al said Dylan was freaking out and wanted them to come over to King Road. Al said he walked with Emily and Jay to 1122 King Road from J apartment on Taylor Ave. L said Dylan and Bethany walked out of the house crying. L said Hunter arrived to the residence first because he left before them. L said he went into the downstairs door and Hunter told him not to come up the stairs. L said he did not know Ethan very well. L said he did not recall any talk between Xana and Jay about boy issues. L said he did not recall seeing anything on social media, but he did recall an incident from about a month prior where Dylan said there was a guy stalking her. What the fuck? L said he did not hear anything from the night prior. My interviews are video recorded and uploaded to case file. So now we have Dylan saying that she was stalked. And this is all a month prior. All this weird shit. A month prior. Okay, women, which one is it that I need to read before I go to bed? Yeah, movie star. And it's like, it makes me think about what Olivia said to Brian Etten yesterday. Like, he is just not human. Mm. So we ended, we're going to pick up again on 43. Yeah, everything seems to be like a month prior. Oh, someone emailed me a picture? Okay, let me look. I did not know. Let me check my email. This is just wild, right? Whew. Oh, okay, cool, Dana. I got that, but I've got even a better one to show you guys. Hold on. You know, to be honest with you, I didn't even think about the color she was wearing, but if you bring it to my attention, now I did. But I'll be honest, I didn't think anything of it. Yeah, this one. I ain't gonna lie, like they all look the same. Snowflakes, thank you so much. I hope you'll join me next time. But yeah, I mean, his sister really has that intense stare as well. I wanted to play Kaylee's dad's interview. If you guys want to watch it really quick. Or not interview, but he called into Ashley Banfield's show, and I haven't seen it.
And they did. And you guys.
So he literally called her cell phone. Hold on. Yeah, his sister. They're like twins, right? Okay, let's go.
You guys got it before we did. Just like U of I got the murders before we did. I mean,
which stuff? Wait, which stuff? Because we got all the material after your 3-hour meeting, I think.
Yeah, but the 3-hour meeting was just a question and answer. We just sat there and talked to him. There was no documents handed over to us.
Okay.
And we don't know. How do you ask for something you don't know exists?
Hey, everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. I have a bit of a weird episode for you today. If you're watching on YouTube, you're probably going to see me going through a lot of these documents. And if you're listening on the podcast, basically, I am learning alongside you all the documents that have been dropped.
Okay, we're going to go to where he calls in, all right? So we're skipping all of that.
Goncalves is calling me right now. I'm going to grab it.
Here we go. He calls.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, what's up, Ashley?
I'm good. I'm actually just recording a podcast right now. How are you doing?
Hey, if I need to let you go, I'm at the corner bar, and Chrissy's finally reading some of the stuff that I heard about, and she's just upset. And I'm just, when I see her upset, I get all motivated. I'm just so pissed that. I mean, all that stuff. Well, for one, we said give it to us first, and they did. And you guys got it before we did, just like U of I got the murders before we did. I mean,
which stuff? Wait, which stuff? Because we got all the material after your 3-hour meeting, I think.
Yeah, but the 3-hour meeting was just a question and answer. We just sat there and talked to him. There was no documents handed over to us.
Okay.
And we don't know. How do you ask for something you don't know exists?
No, you're right. No, I thought you were given all this material, that they went over it all with you. I didn't realize this was you just asking questions and getting some answers, but
Welcome,
not getting all the
Teresa.
details.
No, we just want a question that was really related. Like, we want to see in our final statements, which they confirmed a bunch of stuff that we had wasn't accurate. So we removed a bunch of our stuff that out, because I heard Kaylee was stabbed 50 times, but that was actually Xana. So I took that all out, and then
Can you imagine?
I heard some other things that, like,
Can you imagine hearing the wrong thing about your own child?
about I don't know what it was, but basically it made us all rewrite our statements to take out any things that weren't 100% confirmed.
Yeah.
Some of the searches on his phone weren't confirmed, but then they were, like, again, they said anything that was Pennsylvania research is different than our research, and they were researching murders related to his activity in Pennsylvania. We weren't privy to that investigation, and we're not privy to the investigation that the FBI were doing.
See, the FBI was doing a completely different investigation apart from the Moscow police, and then Pennsylvania had their own investigation going on.
We are who we are, and we didn't see some of these things. So we're not saying they didn't exist. We're just saying we can't confirm them.
Got it.
When we were saying certain searches on porn and all this stuff, like, I heard an investigator called me and said, yeah, not only did he have searches related to drunk girls, he also had related to gagging.
Yeah.
And some of the damage to Kaylee could have.
Okay, before we get into that, let's break that down. He had prawn searches related to drunk girls and gagging. And can you imagine your daughter gets killed in this way and you can't even get on the fucking website to get the fucking documents? And people say these people don't have a right to be pissed?
Related to gagging.
Yeah.
And some of the damage to Kaylee could have basically seemed like he was trying to quiet her. He was trying to silence her, which if he's searching for choke porn, then in that murder scene, he had drunk girls and choke porn. Literally, so for a prosecutor to say that there's no sexual motivation at all, we know there's no assault, okay? We know this person was interrupted. Literally interrupted. So who knows what his intentions were, but for you to go and say that it wasn't motivated, really, it insulted so many people that my phone started ringing, saying, I can't stand here. I can't stand here and let this prosecutor, basically, he's protecting the university at the cost of everyone, of all you guys. All you guys.
There we go. He said it. He said it tonight. It's all about that fucking university. That corrupt, crooked university. Remember the president's handbook where he wrote all about the crime, named Kohberger? This just stinks, man.
He's just basically going to protect that university. You know, Payne works for the university now, right?
Real quickly, the notes that we got.
There we go. There's the bing bong. Who works for the university now? Payne, the lead investigator of the Moscow murders.
You know, Payne works for the university now, right?
Real quickly, the notes that we got with all these details, are these just Moscow police notes but no FBI notes?
Yeah, there's nothing about the FBI that they're privy to. The FBI had a separate investigation that they did not share with them. And the Pennsylvania, they did work with the Pennsylvania, they said more than the FBI.
Yeah.
But they were clear to say that their investigation could have found a lot of things that we are not privy to.
Yeah.
So, and those images.
Okay, before we get to that, let's break down the UI connection now. Judge went to UI. The prosecutor went to UI. Ann Taylor went to UI. Chief Fry went to UI. They all did. The judge, the clerk, that Megan Marshall judge, all of them are UI grads. Crooked as shit. And we'll never find out what the FBI did. The FBI didn't even tell Moscow.
So, and those images in the Dateline look like somebody taking a picture of his phone directly.
Well, I can't wait for those to get unsealed. I did want to ask you a quick question, though, because I'm still mystified. Yesterday in the press conference, the police said there's only one murder weapon, and it's the K-bar knife, but then there are blunt force injuries. And I know that you mentioned there's a second weapon. What did they say to you? Because in the press conference, they said, ask the families. What did they say to you about a second weapon?
Thank you, Auntie Cheryl, and I love you too.
I don't think that weapon murdered her. And that's the kind of games that these people are playing. It's protect the university, protect this stuff. He punched her face. He knocked her teeth out. That didn't kill her. So they're playing those kind of games with you guys.
Did he knock her teeth out?
Yeah, her teeth were busted out.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so,
Hold on. That's the kind of games these people are playing. What the hell would the second weapon be that he thinks they're playing games?
And that's the kind of games that these people are playing. It's protect the university, protect this stuff. He punched her face. He knocked her teeth out. That didn't kill her. So they're playing those kind of games with you guys.
Did he knock her teeth out?
Yeah, her teeth were busted out.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so maybe that didn't murder her. So technically, it wasn't a murder weapon.
Right.
But come on. I mean, why are you protecting a monster?
And
why is Idaho protecting the monster?
The blunt injuries that they described in the autopsy, that we think that is him with his hands, literally.
No, I think there's another weapon.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's rounded with stripes in it, is how it was described to us.
Rounded with stripes?
Yeah, it was
He doesn't think it's the end of the knife, you guys.
rounded objects that had stripes, so it bruised her with stripes around her mouth. So she started making noises, screaming. She woke up. They said she woke up. The blood pooled in a certain way to show that she was sitting up. And he kept punching her in her face and stabbing her in the top of her head.
Jesus Christ, what a...
Holy fuck. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. What the fuck was it? Stabbing her in the top of the head? This is friggin' horrific. But they're saying that no one could figure out, even the FBI couldn't figure out what kind of a... How could they not figure out what it is? Ugh.
An animal.
Yeah, this is who they protect. And it's not the officers. It's not the investigators. It's Thompson. Thompson cares more about the university than he cares about the victims.
Bill Thompson, the prosecutor.
Yeah, Bill Thompson cares way more about the. And now this has gotten so bad in America that people have contacted us and said, there's laws in other states that says that if you are a campus police, you cannot investigate murders or rapes because we've seen historically that you're so compromised by this relationship with the university that you will not tell the truth.
Well, and that's a really good point because look at Berret. Berret was the UI campus cop. And Berret was out interviewing kids. Oh my God. This just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. That's what it reminded me of. I just thought of John Benet Ramsey in that mark, too.
It's happened because there was some rape case where there was, I don't want to make little of it, but there were so many different rape allegations that they said, why didn't you guys do anything? And they're like, well, my employer didn't really want me to. And they're like, your employer, like, I'm a campus cop. We don't want crime to be in the news, you know? So there's literally laws that I can show you what they shared with me that says if you're a campus cop, you have to go get a state police to verify and do the investigation because clearly we have a problem when the university is employing you on campus. That creates a relationship where you're just like this town. This town goes from like 8,000 to 10,000 people when they're not enrolled, all the way up to 60,000 people.
That is messed up.
They live this life cycle of when the university's running and everything's good, we're killing it. You know, all the restaurants are full, all the things are coming up. But when everyone goes home for summer, that's a reminder that this is what this town would be without the university. So nobody.
Yeah, he did that kickboxing, didn't he? He did kickboxing. Thank you, Linda S., for your $9.99. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Wants to sit there and fight that this conflict of interest is there.
You know what I want to know too? I have a huge question. Do you guys remember this? We're going to get back to Steve in just a second. My mind is going everywhere right now. Do you guys remember the vandal alert? Do you guys remember this? This went out September 12th of 2022. And it's been redacted, so the person who got it is not identified. But this was on September 12th, 2022, which would be 2 months before the murders. But it says, vandal alert, threat with knife. On 9/12/2022 at 8:05 p.m., the Moscow Police Department received a report that a group of students were walking between the steam plant parking lot, Lot 14, and the Student Rec Center on Paradise Path and were threatened by a person with a knife. No individual was harmed in this incident, but campus community members are advised to be cautious. The suspect is described as a white male, 18 to 22, wearing all black clothes and a black baseball cap. The male was on a nondescript mountain bike, had a blue backpack, and was last seen heading east on Paradise Path. Now, if you remember, and you were with me back then, we went over the police blotter in Moscow extensively, and there were a lot of bikes that were stolen. And he was last seen heading east on Paradise Path. The suspect has not been identified and is still at large. MPD is actively investigating this report. If you have any information, call. Then it says, keep all doors locked and use caution if you have to go outside. If you see someone matching the description, call 911 and do not approach or attempt to apprehend the subject. So literally, a threat with a knife. 2 months before. And then, if you look here, right here, from the Argonaut, which is the school's paper, Moscow PD received a report Monday night that a man threatened a group of students with a knife on Paradise Path, da-da-da. Look at, they're still looking for him. Has yet to be identified. Who was it? Will we ever know? So yeah, that just popped in my head. See, it was all over. Suspect in all black, weeks before 4 students' murders. Telling you, it's weird. All right, let's get back to Steve.
So I think the
I
conflict of
understand.
interest was, hey, we just need this case to go away.
Are you,
Very bad.
let me ask you, are you going to file a wrongful death suit against anyone?
And last thing I want to be is back in court, to be honest.
I hear you.
My family doesn't want to be back in court. That's not my motivation. I doubt it. The only way I would go that way is if somebody reached out and was just like, I'll do all the heavy lifting, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to need you at the very end. And that's it. Because I'm just exhausted with it. I'd like to kick the University of Idaho in the ass a little bit. Tell them, just like I told Brian, that this is the wrong family. We're not going to take this shit. And you stepping on children isn't gonna. Don't do it in my kid's name. Don't be yelling Kaylee's name out there. If it was my way, I'd never have that piece of shit prosecutor ever say Kaylee's name again. And nothing makes me madder than him saying Kaylee's name out there. If it was my way, I'd never have that piece of shit prosecutor ever say Kaylee's name again. And nothing makes me madder.
Damn, he straight up called Thompson a POS. I can't say I blame him for this anger.
That piece of shit prosecutor ever say Kaylee's name again. And nothing makes me madder than him saying Kaylee's name.
Well, I hear you. I completely understand, and my heart absolutely breaks for you and for Christy and the kids in everything you've gone through. I hope you're going to get home soon. Are you headed home?
Yeah. We just stopped by here because we'd never been in this building ever. And there was we just wanted to be here to just see where Kaylee and Maddie were at that very last part of it. And, we were here, we've seen it.
This is the Corner Club bar?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Are you okay?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just more motivated again, which is, I want to be done. I definitely want to be done. But gosh, to hear this shit at the very end and then give it to the media, not the families, it's just insulting. And I mean, I have legislators that I'm working with, and they'll change laws. But that's so hollow to the fact that, why do we have prosecutors that are just this rude, this disgusting? They want the whole freaking accountability, but they played us against each other. They didn't let each parent know what the other one. Karen literally told me, if I knew that she was unrecognizable, I wouldn't have agreed to it. And I said, well, why do you think they didn't want you to know?
Oh my goodness. Maddie's mom. This is unreal, man.
Each parent know what the other one. Karen literally told me if I knew that she was unrecognizable, I wouldn't have agreed to it. And I said, well, why do you think they didn't want you to know?
They didn't even tell her parents.
We all got played.
I'm so sorry, Steve. I'm so sorry. And I'm mostly just in shock that you did not receive all of these investigative documents before everybody else did. I'm so sorry.
You could tell people, dude, I want pressure on them, and eventually I want another family not to have to deal with this. And yeah, they're going to learn. You want to... Don't use my daughter's name anymore. Stop saying her name if you're going to freaking treat me like the... You hate the media, but you treat the media the same as the victims. It's like, why do you hate the media? Because the media holds you accountable. You guys are you're pathetic. You're so pathetic.
Oh, gosh. Well, listen, can you please give Christy a big hug for me? And,
I will.
It doesn't do anything, but at least it's the very least I can do from so far away. And I'm sending you one virtually as well. I'm praying for some peace. I don't know if you feel any better that the monster got sent to the penitentiary last night. They didn't waste a minute. They processed him in and got him in there last night. Okay. Wow.
Well, we know why he's calling her, right? Because he wants everybody to hear this. So look at it. It's already gotten 200,000 views in 11 hours. So Steve is no dummy. He knows where to go if he can say what he wants and it will be put out as he says it. So there's the link if you want to watch Ashley go over that. Oh, it just keeps getting worse, you guys. It just keeps feeling more and more dirty the more that we keep reading. Okay, you want to hear the end of hers? Okay, sorry. I thought she was done.
That was unexpected. A call from Steve Goncalves. I do want to let you know that I stopped down for a short minute and I talked to him off air.
Thank you for telling me to keep going.
Told me something that he has heard, which is pretty big. He said that he has heard that several of the guards at the maximum security institution have indicated to others that they have their eye on Kohberger. They knew he was coming. They saw him come in, and they have plans. What that means, I don't know. Steve doesn't know. He says he's heard it. It makes him feel better, and I agree. That would make me feel better, knowing that the guards have his number. Life's not going to be good for Kohberger. I have a couple things I just want to finish up. We were right in the middle before Steve called me telling you some of the information about the Elantra, or rather the cell phone of Brian Kohberger. 12 times it pinged between June and November.
So I just want to wrap this up by saying, yes, I do believe that Kohberger is the monster, and I do believe he did this. And I do believe he did it all by himself. But I do have questions about how everything went down, just like you guys do. It does not mean that, I don't believe it or anything like that. So don't get any crazy thoughts. It's just amazing. It's there's just so much going on. Whew. I don't like it. I feel horrible for that family. I feel horrible for all of them. And then like Maddie's mom, like if I would have known how awful and horrid it was, they weren't told. Man. Thank you so much, Canvas and Crime. I don't understand. Is he saying the university felt they would lose students because of the murders? How does keeping details hidden about the crime save the university? Yes. Less students equals less money. It all revolves around money. Well, I think you'll be surprised to know that 90 to 95% of all trials end in a plea deal. April Pie, I agree with that. I'm very glad that, look up K-bar sharpener. Okay. Hold on. I'm really glad that, that as well. Damn, we went to 6 hours. Oh. Oh. She said it. Oh. Oh, shit. Look at this, you guys. This is the K-bar sharpener. Look at it, it's got the stripes. But you mean to tell me law enforcement couldn't figure that out? It doesn't make sense that they would, I mean, that they wouldn't be able to figure that out. But then the K-bar also has those stripes. But he said no, it wasn't that. What do you guys think? Well, this says it's small enough to carry in your pocket. It's only 6 inches long. So, like, that long. Thank you, movie star. All right, I'm done. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys in the next one when we pick up where we left off. I hope you guys will consider joining me. If you have any ideas of anything you saw in this live, leave it in a comment or send me an email, and we'll discuss it in the next one. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in. I am out. Peace. Have a great night. We're going to roll our credits. Thank you for your support tonight. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. We're almost 115,000 subscribers. Hit the like button on your way out if you didn't already. Have a great night. Stay safe. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in and join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.